hotspots.
A hotspot is a community that is disadvantaged, has a high unemployment rate, and has very little renewable energy. And 40% of all the FIT projects are in solar hotspots.
The city of LA has set a goal to be completely off coal energy by the year 2025, and this roof is already getting it closer to that goal. Yana?
Thanks, Anna. While many smaller apartment buildings may have enough area on their rooftops to join the FIT program, the LADWP is also working on a program for homeowners who want to produce solar energy for the city and may not have the correct roofs. That program could roll out next year. Well, a scathing report by the nonprofit group TRIP ranks Southern California roads as among the worst in the nation, second only to the San Francisco Bay Area. But just within LA city limits, crews have worked hard to change that over the past year. Gil Reyes explains.
Imagine a narrow street riddled with bumps and potholes stretching from Los Angeles to New York. Now imagine repaving all of it within 12 months. Is that even possible? Local leaders say our city has just accomplished a similar feat.
We will have paved the 2,400th mile of LA streets in this fiscal year, a new record for the city of Los Angeles.
LA Mayor Eric Garcetti says the improvements should lessen the likelihood of busted tires and wheel axles for LA drivers. This final mile of record-breaking paving for the fiscal year taking place on Figueroa Street in Highland Park. Much of it is now covered with a fresh batch of smooth black asphalt.
Today proves that the city of Los Angeles can do more with less and that there is plenty of room to operate more efficiently.
Today we finished paving about almost 10% of the city's streets in 1 year, and we'll do it again next year.
From fixing streets, the mayor then shifted the focus to fixing sidewalks. A recent settlement sets aside over $1 billion for sidewalk repairs citywide over the next 30 years. But whether or not homeowners and property owners should pay for repairs near their property is still up for debate. The mayor offers his take.
In the short term, we're saying we should fix it. And before we return the responsibility, I don't want to speak for the council. They still have to take up the policy, but I'll speak as mayor. I don't think that we should force anybody to fix it or have responsibility before we fix it, certainly as a homeowner. We should make those repairs and give them the capacity to deal with the trees that 3 years later may cause those sidewalks to be buckled again.
Meantime, the drive through Highland Park is expected to be a lot smoother. Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
The city had previously given that stretch of Figueroa an F rating for road quality. Today, it receives an A. While they contain your personal information and instead of throwing them into the trash, many folks recently made sure their old documents don't come back to haunt them. Boxes of old papers and documents were destroyed as community members in Granada Hills lined up to get rid of all kinds of paperwork for free.
Old insurance cards, old registration, probably old citations that probably some of these fellas given me in the past. But all that stuff is, hindsight now. And it's good to protect your identity in that regard.
The LAPD partnered with LA Crime Stoppers, a nonprofit that operates an anonymous crime tip line, for this fundraising and shredding event held at the Target on Balboa Boulevard. Organizers say the fundraiser gives folks a way to protect their identity by shredding their personal documents.
People think, I just throw it in the trash and I don't have to worry about it. No, this is one sure way of making sure that your personal documents are not going to fall in the hands of a criminal or someone that's going to use that to their advantage.
LAPD works with Crime Stoppers to coordinate and investigate incoming crime tips. Officials say some of those tips have helped them solve cases.
This past month alone, we had about 158 tips that came in. Of those, about 29, almost 30 of them came out into yielding an arrest, which is very good.
The Crime Stoppers tip line, which averages about 900 tips a month, is completely anonymous, so officials are encouraging community members to continue sending them leads. There are several ways you can submit a tip by calling 800-222-TIPS or texting the letters TIP LA and your tip to 274637 or go online to lacrimestoppers.org. Just months ago, the mayor unveiled his sustainable city plan, and now a pilot project in the works will put LA a giant step ahead in cleaning up the air. The program will start in the poorest and most polluted LA communities. Anna Marcos has the story.
State and city leaders are launching what they hope becomes an electrical vehicle revolution that reaches into the lowest income communities, those neighborhoods often most affected by pollution.
We understand that we have a responsibility to act, not only for the sake of our planet, but for future generations, and also for the health of our communities as well as the health of our economy.
Senator Kevin De Leon has authored 2 state bills which will use greenhouse gas reduction and cap and trade revenue funds to launch a $1.6 million pilot program. The project will bring electric vehicle ride sharing to 4 of LA's poorest neighborhoods: South LA, Pico Union, Westlake, and Koreatown.
This is an opportunity to improve our neighborhoods that suffer the most from air pollution and other challenges.
Every EV is contributing to cleaning up our air.
The program would include a membership and work much like Zipcar-type ride-sharing programs, only cheaper and using electric vehicles.
The idea is you'd sign up. Once you're a member, you'd go on, reserve your vehicle. Let's say you have a 9 a.m. doctor's appointment an hour away. You'd pick up the car at 8 o'clock, go to your doctor's appointment, return the car by 11, and you'd be charged a per-hour basis in most cases.
And other research has shown car share creating savings of $150 to over $400 a month for car share members.
I will be using it because it's convenient, it's economical.
The City Council could approve the funds this month. The city would then find an operator to run the ride-sharing program, which could start as early as the end of the year. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
LA beat out other California cities for the award. Well, LAPD officers get ready to rumble in the ring to raise money for families of fallen comrades. Gil Reyes reports from ringside.
LAPD Metro Division Officer Guillermo Garcia goes mano y mano for charity.
Today is the Brawl at City Hall. It's the first annual event that we're going to be having here. All the proceeds and benefits going to go to our Memorial Foundation, which benefits officers and families of fallen officers.
Since 1972, the LA Police Memorial Foundation has raised more than $14.5 million for families of officers killed in the line of duty. Brawl at City Hall is their biggest boxing event of the year, pitting LAPD's boxing team against police and fire departments from Pasadena, West Covina, San Diego, and Big Bear. The LA County Sheriff's Department has female fighter Marina Lizarraga in their corner.
So what do you expect to do?
I'm here to win, sir. Nothing less.
Okay, so can you show me a little bit of what you're going to be doing?
Sure.
All right.
We're doing this for the Los Angeles Police Memorial Foundation. They're near and dear to our hearts. I've forged a lot of close friendships with police officers, and I feel really special about representing the department.
I just personally would like to take the time to thank everybody that came out to support. Obviously, it's a rainy Saturday in the middle of July that we didn't expect, and we still have tons of people coming out here to support us.
While fighting for a good cause. In downtown LA, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
All 9 matches were set to take place outdoors, but had to move indoors to City of Angels boxing gym because of heavy rain. Well, every year on the second Tuesday night in August, crime takes a step back as the streets fill with kids, families, police officers, and anyone who wants to celebrate community. Anna Marcos brings us a national night out event in LA's Southeast Division.
That's how we do it, baby.
Clipper Darrell is on watch on National Night Out in South LA. Call him a sort of community peacemaker and cheerleader, and of course, a fan of all things Clippers. Tonight, he's got some advice for how to get along with police.
You have to understand who the police are. When they don't know who you are, let them understand who you are and quit getting belligerent, quit getting hype. You know what I'm saying? Calm down and say, hey, my name is Raul. I didn't know where I was going. I'm sorry, officer.
Tonight is indeed about both sides understanding each other. National Night Out started in 1984 to bring communities and their police officers together to band against crime and take back their streets. Since then, the annual event has grown to include 37 million people in communities all across the country.
We've transformed in how we do business. We're much more part of the community than we ever were.
Here in LA's Southeast Division, the National Night Out movement has been growing in spite of police and racial unrest in much of the country.
What I notice is an increase of people coming out and people really wanting to see and do things and kind of mending the relationships.
We can be one big, happy community striving together for the excellence of Los Angeles.
An enthusiastic standing ovation for Mayor Eric Garcetti, who stopped by to spend some face time with people on the street.
But it all starts with the community. One person at a time coming out of their home saying, these are our streets and we're going to reclaim them.
If we can get all the community to come as one, to work towards peace and understanding, that's what works for me.
Despite a recent uptick in crime, tonight at least, the kids, the families, the cops, even the dogs, all seem to be coming together and reclaiming their streets. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
Communities across LA held National Night Out, including downtown LA and Hollywood. And social media played a big part as law enforcement and folks around the country shared their special moments of National Night Out. That's the focus of This Week in Tweets. LAPD's Ruby Malachi posted some photos of the evening, writing hashtag National Night Out at LAPD Rampart. It's great to take part in this incredible community building event. Councilmember Jose Huizar shared his own photos, tweeting, National Night Out is about law enforcement coming together to make our neighborhoods safe. While Felipe Fuentes met residents in Sylmar, posting, thanks LAPD Captain Todd Chamberlain for keeping our neighborhood safe. And on the East Coast, New York Police Department posted a pic of an officer jumping rope with some girls, writing National Night Out, promoting police community through dialogue, sharing food, raffles, and jumping rope. And that's a look at This Week in Tweets. While gang violence spills over into social media, a former LAFD chief pilot is honored, and LA heeds the call for water conservation. All these stories and more in City Beat. Los Angeles Police Chief Charlie Beck addressed a recent upswing in gang-related shootings in South LA that left one man dead and a dozen people injured. During a news conference, the chief said that the violence stems from a long-standing feud between rival gangs, not to postings on social media. Social media posts with hashtags 100 Days, 100 Nights and Pray for LA suggested a possible increase in gang activity. Beck said the violence has not been linked to social media.
We have not seen any increase in events that we directly tie to this, but we're looking very closely at it.
The city of LA has met and surpassed Mayor Eric Garcetti's goal of 10% water reduction by this summer. Since the rollout of the mayor's executive directive in October 2014, LA residents and businesses leaped to action by altering water use and taking advantage of conservation rebate offers by the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. The city of Los Angeles reduced its daily per capita water use by more than 13% this year when compared to the same time last year. The mayor encouraged folks to keep saving the drop, saying every bit counts. Councilmember Mitchell Englander joined Los Angeles Fire Department Chief Ralph Terrazas to dedicate the West Hills helicopter landing area in honor of former LAFD Chief Pilot Glenn V. Smith, who passed away in 2011 after a battle with cancer. The West Hills site is one of the city's 32 helispots, which serve as landing areas for LAFD helicopters to take on fuel and water or evacuate patients. Officials also announced the beginning of the fire department's annual $3.5 million 150-day contract for the Erickson Helitanker, a large helicopter capable of dropping 2,600 gallons of water, more than 7 times the amount of LAFD helicopters at a time on wildfires. LAFD Chief Pilot Glenn Smith was twice awarded the LAFD's Medal of Valor during his long career with the department and was the first African-American pilot at the Los Angeles Fire Department. Department of Recreation and Parks Councilmember Gilbert Cedillo and community members gathered recently for the grand opening ceremony of Patton Street Park and Community Garden. The new features include meandering walkways, fitness equipment, boulders for climbing, and safety surfacing surrounding a shipwrecked boat and octopus that children can climb on. An open play area houses a 4-seat merry-go-round, pendulum swing, and a small sand pit. A 19-foot-long custom metal slide is accessible by steps or boulders and whisks users from the upper park area to the lower. The far northern portion of the park is dedicated for use as a community garden. Additional park amenities include drought-tolerant landscaping, high-efficiency irrigation system, security gate, LED lighting, and community-designed mosaic art on custom seat walls. Patton Street Park is the 33rd park to open as part of the city's 50 Parks initiative. An urban dance event where performers dance their heart out, a musical celebration of a famous bunny and his Looney Tune pals, and a street event that highlights a unique LA neighborhood. All these in this week's Things to Do. World of Dance Tour is the largest urban dance event that has now become the most authentic international touring dance competition of its kind. Currently consisting of 15 U.S. domestic dates and 15 internationally licensed regions, World of Dance focuses on the art of street dancing and today's new age choreography. The world's best top dance troupes, hundreds of participants, and thousands of spectators enjoy performance festival settings where creativity is displayed and rewarded. While competing dancers are judged ever so closely, the spirit of each event is that of community over competition. Come watch the LA and World Finals as international groups participate in a global celebration acknowledging the world's best dancers at the Los Angeles Convention Center on Saturday, August 15th and 16th from noon to 10 p.m. For more, visit worldofdance.com. Warner Brothers presents Bugs Bunny at the Symphony 25th anniversary. Join Los Angeles Philharmonic for a look back at 25 hilarity-filled years. Bugs Bunny and his Looney Tune pals have teamed up with live orchestras, playing those phenomenal scores, bringing audiences to their feet in laughter, cheers, and applause. The official Bugs Bunny at the Symphony anniversary party takes place at the Hollywood Bowl, where you'll see and hear Warner Brothers' greatest animated shorts, plus exciting surprises. Expect favorites like What's Opera, Doc?, The Rabbit of Seville, and Zoom and Board, as well as the live orchestra world premiere of Long-Haired Hair. Check it out on Saturday, August 15th. For tickets and information, visit hollywoodbowl.com. And watch your favorite bands play for free during Echo Park Rising, a neighborhood event in its 5th year that focuses on the music, creativity, diversity, and small businesses of Echo Park. There are multiple stages and activities throughout the weekend located on main routes of Sunset Boulevard, Glendale Boulevard, Alvarado Avenue, and Echo Park Avenue. In addition to the lineup of artists performing, shops, galleries, restaurants come together to celebrate the vibrancy of this eclectic boulevard. On August 14th through the 17th, more than 300 bands will descend on the neighborhood of Echo Park for one weekend of free outdoor shows. For more, visit epr.la. And that's a look at some things to do. Well, that's going to do it for this edition. I'm Yana Kane. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacitywiew.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
During California's next major earthquake, an epic battle will take place. Don't fight a brick. The brick will win. DareToPrepare.org.
Car accident deaths are a possibility, a probability. What if you don't get a chance to say goodbye? What if there are no more birthday celebrations or friendly conversations because you're just not here? Put the phone down. Practice hands-free driving and give yourself and others a chance to participate in life. Obey the rules of the road.
Hi, I'm Kevin from Chatsworth, offering you a taste of New Orleans since 1986. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
morning. If you could please take your seats. Good morning. If you could, no applause. If you could please take your seats. No applause. You're disrupting the meeting. If I believe, Madam Clerk, that we do have a quorum, could you please call the roll?
Blumenfield, Bonner, Buscaino, Cedillo, Englander, Fuentes, Weezer, Koretz, Harris, Dawson, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Martinez, O'Farrell, Price, Rue, Weston. 10 members present, a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Again, if you could please take your seats and let's be quiet so we can begin today's meeting. Shh. All right, first order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Okay, Buscaino moves, Bonin seconds. Next.
Committed to resolutions for approval.
Okay, Martinez moves, Englander seconds. Next.
Mr. President, today is Tuesday, now be the time of the flag salute.
Okay, we'll be led by Mitchell Englander.
Thank you, Mr. President, if I can ask everybody to please rise for the flag salute. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Mr. Englander. At this time, Madam Clerk, we can go through the agenda.
Item 1 is an item notice for public hearing. The Department of Building and Safety requests to continue items 1D, P, and Z to August 25th, and to receive and file items 1I, O, and AC inasmuch as the liens have been paid in full, and receive and file item 1V inasmuch as the lien has been partially rescinded and paid.
Okay, then without objection. Yes, Mr. Fuentes.
Yeah, we could also continue item 1Z and 1AA for 2 weeks, so to be appreciated.
And to what, when? To what date?
2 weeks.
Okay,
that's
so
August 25th.
I'm sorry, 30 days. 30 days.
If you could add those two items.
And that's to September 11th.
Okay. Do you have cards?
Yes, cards on item 1.
Let's move forward on the next set of agenda items.
Items 2 through 9 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay, specials, members, Mr. Buscaino.
Item 2 for the commission appointment of Mr. Jacinto.
Item 2 for Mr. Buscaino, Mr. O'Farrell.
Mr. President, item 6, special, please.
Item 6 for Mr. O'Farrell, Ms. Martinez.
Item 9, special, Mr. President.
Item 9 for Ms. Martinez, Mr. Koretz.
Item 8, special.
Item 8 for Mr. Koretz, Mr. Bloomingfield.
Item 3, please.
Item 3 for Mr. Bloomingfield. Mr. Englander?
Yes, item 7, please.
Item 7. Madam Clerk, is there anything remaining to vote on in this section?
Yes, items 4 and 5.
Well, let's do that. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, next.
Items 10 through 18 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes required for consideration.
Okay, so without objection, those items are now before this body. Mr. Bloomingfield.
I'd like to hold at least temporarily item 18 while Deanna and I work something out.
Let's hold 18 at the request of Mr. Bloomingfield. Do you have cards?
Yes, cards on items 10 through 17.
Okay, so now that brings us where?
Item 19 is a closed session item. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
I will look to Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 19 was waived by Budget and Finance Committee, so it will need to be considered in closed session today.
Okay. Okay, so we will have that in closed session. That brings us where?
Mr. President, that brings council to presentations or items called special.
You know, Mr. Buscaino, if you're ready, and if we have our commissioner here, why don't we take care of the commissioner first, and then we'll proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Colleagues, just yesterday in our Public Works and Gang Reduction Committee hearing, committee unanimously supported the recommendation from the mayor to appoint Mr. Joel Jacinto to the Board of Public Works Commission. Mr. Jacinto, please come forward. He is joined by his lovely wife and beautiful sons. I'll ask him to introduce them. Mr. Jacinto has been an incredible asset to our city. He serves with love and passion, very active, of course, with the SIPA organization for many, many years. I first met him years ago, even before landing here as a council member at the Filipino Arts Festival in San Pedro. And his energy and his spirit and his love for this city, by far, is just incredible. So we thank you for taking on this role, and we ask you to give us a little about tell us a little bit about yourself and your taking on this role as a commissioner of Public Works. Yesterday we talked about the importance of our infrastructure in the city of Los Angeles, from streets to sidewalk. Tell us a little bit about your background, your skills, your knowledge, your ability, and what you plan on bringing forward as a Public Works Commissioner for the city of Los Angeles.
Great. And before you start, just let me say, before I forget, that I have heard nothing but unbelievable things, not good things, unbelievable things about you. I've been told that this council is going to be excited in working with you, that you know how to get things done, that you're realistic and never say never attitude. So I cannot wait to vote yes. So I'm just saying that in advance. Okay, I cannot wait to do that. So with that said, the floor is yours, sir.
Council President Wesson and Council Member Buscaino and all to the City Council members, want to thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you. I want to thank deeply and sincerely our Mayor, Eric Garcetti, who has been a great friend and colleague in the 13th District and now is our Mayor. I look forward to serving this city as a commissioner for the Board of Public Works, because my whole life revolves around service, ethics, and community service. Back to my days at UCLA as an undergraduate student activist, to the last 24 years I've spent at Search to Involve Filipino Americans in CD13. It's about serving our youth, our families, our businesses, and our local neighborhoods. And I fully subscribe to the vision and the mission of the Board of Public Works and the department to we work for you, we can do. We want to be responsive, we want to be efficient and effective. So I look to bringing that dogged ethic of working in nonprofits, of hustling, of coalition building, of never taking no for an answer, to really serving all our neighborhoods so that we can build the infrastructure of our great city. It's the creativity that we use in the community where we're able to take holistically the different departments and have them work together with the infrastructure so that the qualitative aspect works together with our quantitative aspect, whether it's reaching out to taking care of our sidewalks, to our streetscape, to the public safety where we have to deal with neighborhoods and things like homelessness, so we're dealing with them in a comprehensive fashion. So I look forward to bringing that commitment. I'm here with my family that defines me, my spouse and my partner in life, Avesita, my sons, Keanu and Kai, and I'd like to thank also my family for being here, the Ramos and Jacinto families, for supporting me, because I represent them. I represent someone who's been active in the Filipino American, the Asian American, the Native Hawaiian, and the Pacific Islander communities for over a generation. And I bring all of them to my position and to my capacity and to my service for the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you, Joe. Again, we have a mayor, colleagues, that really makes these appointments. He wants his commissions to reflect who we are as a city. And I know our historic Filipino town are dancing in the streets today with this appointment. And it's so deserving for an individual who cares so much about a city. But like I said yesterday, I love the fact that you're a loving husband and father first. And that's what really elevates you as a person taking on this role. So we thank you so much for taking on this role. And we're joined by Commissioner Kevin James, the president of the commission, Commissioner Mike Davis, who's here, your colleagues, your future colleagues once we approve this, we feel unanimously. So, Mr. Jacinto, we look forward to working with you. When we talk about public works, we have an aging infrastructure. A third of our streets are in failed condition. We're putting together a comprehensive sidewalk repair program, even more so now that we're on the hook for $31 million a year for the next 30 years due to the ADA settlement.
Correct.
So we look forward to working with you, having you at the table to do what's best in improving our quality of life here in the city of Los Angeles. Colleagues, you asked for an aye vote for this confirmation. Thank you.
And I have to say again, my former chief of staff, God bless her, Charmette Bampua, is looking down from heaven, very excited right now. Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, I gushed enthusiastically and unapologetically about this appointment. Joel Jacinto, who has built a career in historic Filipino town as the executive director of SIPA, and has engaged in 24 years of community building in the great 13th District and beyond. So I so strongly support you stepping into this role, and I think you're going to be really great for the body, great for the commission, and great for the city of Los Angeles. And already we have sat and gone over some very specific notes on issues that are important, not just in my district, but in terms of the Bureau of Engineering, and I think you're just going to be a great appointment. So you're stepping into a highly functional commission, and I'll compliment the commission chair, Kevin James. You all are doing great work, and you're going to add to that, and you're going to add to the quality of life to this city because you have a track record for doing just that. So I wholeheartedly support you, and I'm very excited about this appointment. Congratulations.
Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad to see everybody so enthusiastic and gushing. I have a little bit, an extra bit of pride today because you're a resident of CD11, a proud resident of Del Rey, the probably most underappreciated, underrecognized, but up-and-coming neighborhood, certainly on the west side and perhaps in the city. We've had the opportunity to get to know each other a bit over the past couple years through your service in other capacities on the city, which we're very grateful for your service. We've talked politics, we've talked community, we've talked art, we've talked Hawaii, and I have watched you serve with distinction. You're an incredible guy, and we're lucky to have you. I also ask for an aye vote and look forward to working with you in the new capacity.
Mr. Harris Dawson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to join in the enthusiastic gushing at your impending appointment and ask all my members to enthusiastically vote aye. I just want to stand here not only and thank you, but I also want to thank the family at SIPA. I know what it is for an organization to lose a leader like yourself. I know what it means for the city to have someone who's a nonprofit leader come into our ranks. You have to make something out of nothing and create energy off of our feelings and our hopes and dreams for our community. And so we thank you for that. And you know, you and I worked together at when I was at Community Coalition lots of times, and you were a mentor to lots of young activists that helped fuel the campaigns of not just the Community Coalition, but my own campaign for Los Angeles City Council. So thank you so much. Thank you to SIPA, and thank you to your family for allowing you to serve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo.
Mr. President, let me just rise to join the chorus and add that tremendous congratulations. You're moving forward to a post that you've prepared for. And I know that your generation, the Gerald Gubitons, the Maui Lomans, and Tony Ricasa down in San Diego are elated for your ascension, for your new post of leadership. It's always been a pleasure to work with you, with our office, working to ensure that Filipino veterans received all the dignity and respect that they deserved. We thank you for your efforts to guide our leadership and guide our office in making sure that we were always inclusive of the community. And so thank you and congratulations, and I concur with all my colleagues.
Mr. David Rue.
I rise in support of my brother, Joel Jacinto. I'd love to thank the mayor for his nomination. The mayor has assembled a team of commissioners that is more reflective of the diverse makeup of Los Angeles. And as Executive Director of the Search to Involve Filipino Americans, Joel has dedicated his life to enhancing the health and economic status of all Angelenos since 1991. Joel is from the community, and Joel will always listen to our neighborhoods and prioritize their quality of life concerns. His community building background will serve him well in his new role, and Joel has rightfully earned his place on the Board of Public Works. And I encourage all my colleagues to vote in support of his nomination.
Mr. Mitchell Englander.
As well, and rise in support. Quite frankly, just looking at your resume, this is, I'm going to need a couple weeks to just finish reading it. This is amazing and impressive, and I would urge everyone to take a look at this and what you've done, what you continue to do for this city, and serve on so many different organizations. I mean, Public Works, you will definitely do a great job based on everything you've always done, and it's one of the most important committees, quite frankly, and commissions we have, because it deals with all the quality of life issues in every community every single day. And so I absolutely support your nomination to this and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Okay, there are no more speakers on the queue. Let us call for this vote. Let us please, Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
I think that's unanimous. All right, congratulations. Congratulations. You know, at this point, before we again get to the presentations, Mr. Bloomingfield, why don't we, after this photo, why don't we go to, was it item 3?
Yeah, item 3.
Okay.
Ted Ross.
Mr. Ross, welcome, and I'd like to defer to Mr. Bloomingfield.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Ross, thank you for being here. We're here today to consider the nomination by the mayor of Mr. Ted Ross as the new general manager of the ITA department. He's here. I see you're here with your wife, Kelly, your daughter, Rachel, and Alicia are all here with you in support. You know, when Steve Reniker left pretty quickly recently of the ITA, a lot of folks were concerned. What would happen to technology in the city? What would happen to the ITA agency? Because for the last 2 years, the ITA and the city, from a technological perspective, have been growing by leaps and bounds. And when we used to be the most backward city in the nation in many regards, we're now on the leading edge in many respects. And it's because we've had a great ITA department. But people were really worried when Mr. Reniker was leaving. And folks were looking far and wide across the country, and the mayor started looking across the country. And then somebody got wise and said, wait a second. Right here in the city, the assistant general manager, who's been serving as the interim general manager, has been part of all of this progress. He has been there every step of the way. He has been leading the charge in many respects. When the city got the Digital City Award and we came in #1, it was Ted Ross who was driving that initiative. #1, that's right. The city came in #1. Moving on the city issues like CityLink LA, which is going to transform Los Angeles into a digital city, moving us forward. Ted Ross has been there with ITA making it happen. So when the mayor decided to make Mr. Ross not just the interim manager, but to nominate him today to be the new general manager, I stood up and applauded that decision because I think it's a great one. I think Mr. Ross has served us well. He has an incredible background, both in the private sector and the public sector, not only from within, being in this department, working in this department for several years, but he's also worked with LAWA, which doesn't hurt now that the IT and TCT committees have been joined. Correct. But he was also with the Office of the Controller. He was in the private sector. He has a business degree. He's extraordinarily well qualified. We're very lucky that he's been our assistant general manager and that he is stepping up now, hopefully to accept, if we choose his nomination, this general manager position. So I don't have any questions, although I will give it to you for a moment if you want to give us a brief...
Mr. Blumenfield, let me stop you for a minute. Yeah. I am hearing a cowbell. I do not want to hear the cowbell again. If I do, because of the disruption to the meeting, I will have the sergeants take the cowbell and they'll give it back to whoever has it when the meeting is over. So I do not want to hear this bell again. Sorry to interrupt you mid-sentence.
No problem. I appreciate that and appreciate that we need to have a level of decor, and cowbells are not conducive to that. So, Mr. Ross, if you want to briefly give us a little bit of your vision for how you see ITA moving in the future.
Councilman, thank you so much. Honorable council members, whether you call it a game changer, a disruptor, or a force multiplier, technology is the tool that enables city services and efficient city government. We live in exciting times for technology, where powerful innovations are constantly changing the landscape of how we can manage city government. The Information Technology Agency, of which I'm proud to say I'm a part of, is central to harnessing these opportunities. As such, the ITA is committed to a new era of responsive, responsible, and excellent information technology. Responsive IT in that we're responsive to the public and the city government, city departments, I should say, that we serve. Responsible in the sense that it is our job to promote sustainable technology, a diverse workforce, and opportunities for the city, such as the CityLink LA initiative that Councilman Blumenfield represented, to offer broadband internet access and Wi-Fi to all Angelenos to compete in a global economy. An excellent IT in achieving excellence in core IT infrastructure, innovation, and cybersecurity to protect the city's digital assets. With your confirmation, I am honored to lead the ITA during these exciting times. I work in the best city. It's the city that I was born in and I've raised up in. I work in the best city with the best employees, and we welcome the challenges that lie ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have to rise because Mr. Ross is a resident of the 13th District. And when I was on ITGS committee, every time you came to the committee, I learned something new. You have done an outstanding job. You're exceptional. You're the perfect appointment for general manager. And I just have to say, I hope part of your success is because of the gymnastics training I gave you at the Wilshire YMCA from 88 to 90.
That's right.
Because you know how to do a round off back tuck, and we won't make you do that for this appointment. But
it's a very large city with almost 4 million people, and yet it's a very small city in that you were my gymnastics instructor in the 1980s.
It's a very odd coincidence.
Yes.
But it does not take away from the fact that you are perfectly qualified for this position, and I am so thrilled to be part of this, and you're going to be a great general manager.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Okay, with that said, there are no more speakers on the queue. If we could, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, now I have, that's approved. You're done.
Thank you, sir.
Done deal. Other than Mr. O'Farrell, we may try to get Mr. Ross to leave the 13th District to come to another district. I'll give you 2 first-round draft picks if I can borrow him from you. Anyway, congratulations, Mr. Ross. We have one more commission appointment. I think it's item 10, and then we'll go to presentations on Okay, so let's do this. Mr. Walsh, if you could come up on item 10 so we can then move into our presentation. Item 10.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, or Jay Walsh Confidential, tweeting at Hollywood Dems. Well, we checked into this gentleman's background, and, we check into everybody's background because you put a child pornographer on one of the city commissions. It's all on my tweet account if you want to see it. We have found absolutely no connection between this particular person and child porn. But if you want to talk to the child pornster that you did appoint unanimously,
Stay
you'll
on
have
this
to go
subject.
The subject is recommending this person. I know you're soft on child porn, so I'll get off now, but believe me, some of us aren't as soft as the city council is on child pornography.
Stay on the subject. Thank you. No more speakers on this item. Why don't we move forward with the vote? If we could open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That would bring us to Mr. Fuentes for a presentation of very importance and historical significance. Mr. Buscaino. My bad.
I'm happy to do it.
Well, where is... Okay, Mr. Herman, this is a second warning on the bell. The next time, I will ask you and the bell to leave council chambers. Mr. Buscaino, the floor is yours. No, you're disrupting the meeting again.
I'd like to invite Council Member Marquise Dawson, Council Member Price, if he's around. Mr. President, you'd love to join us from here or there.
At this point, I will stay here.
And also, I want to invite the community of Watts to come join me. Most importantly, just give them all a round.
Yes.
Assembly Member Mike Gibson's in the house. Thank you, Mike, for joining us. Of course. Colleagues, Kimmer Kern, yes. JJ, all right. You can move that to this side with that. Got it. 50 years ago today, the California Highway Patrol pulled over Marquette Fry and his brother under suspicion of drunk driving. What followed was 6 days of unrest, the culmination of historic and systemic racial, social, and economic injustice. Many of us are familiar with the damage tally after those 6 days. 34 deaths, over 1,000 injuries, 3,438 arrests, and over $40 million in property damage. Many of us have heard how the vibrant commercial corridor of 103rd was burnt down, earning its nickname, Charcoal Alley. But no one can tell the story better than the people who lived in Watts in 1965. The following audio clip is from an oral history project produced by Endless Eye and sponsored by the Department of Cultural Affairs in partnership with my office and the Los Angeles Human Relations Commission. I'd like to cue the audio clip now.
I was about 16 years old, and when it started, I didn't know what was really going on. I just heard the commotion. And then I looked down there, and I seen the officer talking to this brother, Marquette. And Marquette was talking back. And then this other officer pulled up and got to just using all that nasty language, get your black butt over here. And Marquette's mom said, well, you ain't got to talk to my son like that. I got him. I'm going to take him home. And the officer said, we're taking this black ass to jail. When he got to talking crazy to his mom, Marquette said, well, so go ahead and kill me. That's what y'all want to do anyway. So it started getting really loud. Then a lady by the name of Joyce Gaines showed up, and her and the officer got to having word. And when he slammed her up against the car, all the anger, all the frustration, everything just came out. That's when all hell broke loose.
When it got started, it was scary because people were doing things that we wasn't used to seeing. It was turning cars over, burning buildings, fighting.
It was scary. I mean, even to a high school boy like myself, you didn't know, what was going to happen. And that evening we heard a shot, and right there by the restroom window there was a bullet hole. So we decided that night that we weren't going to, sleep on our beds. We were going to sleep on the floor.
I was 5, and we were standing in the front yard, and on 103rd and Central there used to be a grocery store. And while we were standing, that store exploded. And we stood on the corner and watched it burn. And we seen all the people coming out with food, no police presence at all. All this was taking place.
By that time, the National Guard was there, and the tanks came in to try to keep everything calm. And the trucks were larger than anything I had ever seen moving. As it rode down the street, I did feel as though this is how it must feel when you're in a war.
I used to play with my army men, and I always kept them in my hand, or I'm always stacking them up. And so to see the National Guard standing in my yard with the helmets, the M1s on their shoulders, at that age I knew something had happened to Watts.
Powerful, powerful, powerful. When we recognize the voices, though we don't see their faces, many of those voices you heard today are here before you. Earlier this year, we asked ourselves a big question. What do we do to commemorate this critical event? What we decided with community feedback was to remember the damage done and pay our respects to those who lost their lives, celebrate the amazing people who are dedicated to addressing the challenges faced by Watts residents, celebrate the strength and the resiliency of the Watts community, and remind ourselves, too, that the residents of Watts face some of the same challenges experienced back in 1965. We must keep pushing for positive, effective change, and this council will reaffirm our commitment to doing so when we vote on a resolution later this morning. I'd like to now take a moment of silence to pay respects to the 34 people who lost their lives during the 1965 Watts Rebellion. Thank you. In Watts, there are many dedicated, passionate people working for positive change. And in the last 3 years, I've just been blessed and humbled by the opportunity to work with these fine individuals, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, leaders in our community. I feel lucky and blessed to be the council member for Watts, to get to work with these groups, organizations, and institutions that are critical for residents. I'd like to pay tribute to some of those now. If you are here representing one of those groups, please stand when I call your group's name so we can recognize you. Many of them are already standing before us. There are also 4 institutions that have their own origin in the aftermath of the Watts Rebellion, who continue to be critical to residents of Watts. My alma mater, California State University, Dominguez Hills, Charles Drew University of Medicine and Science, Martin Luther King Jr. Community Hospital that we recently reopened with the leadership of Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas, and of course the City of Los Angeles Human Relations Commission. Let's give them all a round of applause. Also want to recognize the Watts Labor Community Action Committee, WLCAC, and the Watts Century Latino Organization, all community-based organizations that have been involved in advocating for services for the last 50 years. Give them a round of applause. 40% of those living in Watts are under the age of 18. The work of institutions like Yo Watts and Bourbon Day High School. Every year, 100% of their seniors are graduating, not only graduating, but going off to college. That's happening in Watts today. Let's give them a round of applause. A few months back, we celebrated here in City Council Operation Progress, which creates an ecosystem of these young men and women in our developments and beyond Watts working hand in hand with the Los Angeles Police Department to ensure that these kids have a solid foundation, and most importantly, that when they've become successful, they come back to Watts and reinvest in Watts. And as we know from the recent Health Atlas of Los Angeles, residents of Watts experience higher health risks than other neighborhoods of Los Angeles. And dealing with these issues ranging from poor access to fresh food, to diabetes, to obesity, to the effects of trauma and exposure to violence. Let's hear it for our healthcare practitioners. Watts Healthcare. Kaiser Permanente Watts Counseling and Learning Center. And also the Children's Institute. Frank Gehry is going to be designing this incredible institute in Watts. So I want to thank the Watts residents who took their time out of their busy schedules to be here. We can see this engagement and leadership in the Watts Neighborhood Council and the Watts Gang Task Force, a task force that has been mirrored around this country, even across our city. The Watts Gang Task Force that most recently, earlier this year, was highlighted by the White House. Commander Tingrides sat with First Lady Michelle Obama with the work that the Watts Gang Task Force, along with the Community Safety Partnership Program, this has been highlighted on a national scale. Nowhere in this country are you going to find the police-community relationship and what we see before us in Watts, where you have police officers coaching these kids in our developments, the Watts Bears, highlighted in an HBO special. Police officers taking and walking our kids in Watts to school, checking up on their grades, working with their parents and their loved ones. Where in the country are you going to find that? The Watts Gang Task Force, together with the Community Safety Partnership, have worked to effectively increase peace in Watts. Let's give them all a round of applause. We have an extensive and expansive faith-based community in Watts that we're proud of. Tree of Life Missionary Baptist Church is here. Macedonia Baptist Church is here as well. Thank you. And St. Lawrence Catholic Church, they all go and above beyond their support for the community. We say we are blessed to have you. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Watts Towers Arts Center and the Charles Mingus Youth Arts Center and the LA Department of Cultural Affairs for working to support the Artistic and Cultural Center of Watts and for continuing to connect community with art. And lastly, I'd like to honor the residents of Watts for their resiliency, for having hope in their future and the strength to push Watts forward. These are just some of the people working to address challenges that residents face in Watts. Watts would not have seen the improvements it has seen without the community's passion and the commitment of these groups to Watts. Watts will not move forward into the future without the continued dedication and love for this community. Watts will also not move forward into the future without continued city, county, state, and federal support. This anniversary is our call to action. When the anniversary is over, when the media spotlight is gone, we cannot let this reminder slip past us. Over 30,000 people participated in the Watts Rebellion, sending a message about racial, social, and economic injustice that the nation cannot deny. And while the Watts Rebellion is considered at a turning point in the nation's civil rights movement, here we are 50 years later with Watts residents still facing disparities in education, employment, housing, and health care. We cannot let that message go unheard today. So it's my continued commitment to fight for improved housing. I will not settle until that Jordan Downs redevelopment is completed. We have waited far too long. And within the last 2 years, we applied for grants after grants at the federal and state level. And today, Watts continues to be ignored by those grant dollars. We said we've had enough. We can do better, and we will do better. We will be extending Century Boulevard, working with all city departments and HACLA to bring for the first time in many, many years a commercial and retail corridor to the Jordan Downs community and to the entire Watts community. We won't settle for less. I'm so blessed and honored to bring up my friend who knows the importance of local government as a former council member for the city of Carson. Before I have Assembly Member Gibson speak, I'll turn it over to our council president, Herb Wesson, who's been a champion and one of my mentors in the last few years leading this community.
You're good. Let's give Mr. Buscaino a round of applause. I just want to say that one of the big concerns that came out of this that was discussed was the lack of health care and the creation of a facility that would provide medical services to the residents of this region. And that's where MLK Junior Hospital was born. The community and all of us mourned when it was closed, and we now all rejoice that it is being reopened. It's slimmer, it's trimmer, and we believe it'll be more effective. But I also have to acknowledge the individuals that stand beside you and behind you, and their mothers and fathers and uncles and aunts. Because when a community could have just been angry and just did everything imaginable to disrupt this city, could have carried a grudge, they put that aside and were committed to this region and making sure that this region improved and received the services that it deserved. And because of the people that are with you today, you see a very forward-thinking, very positive, very operational community. And I think that least that we could do is give them the type of applause that they truly deserve for help bringing this city back together after a very terrible situation. God bless all of you. Thank you so very much for the work that you have done, the work that you are doing, and the work that you will do in the future. Thank you, Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Martinez, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, if I can invite our Assembly Member Mike Gibson, representing us in the state of California, to say a few words.
Thank you very much to Council Member President Herb Wesson, to all of you present. I am a son of Watts, born and raised in Watts, was born in 1965 after this Watts Rebellion has taken place. In the California State Assembly, I authored a resolution commemorating not only what transpired 50 years ago in Watts, what I still call home, but also to commemorate and never forget the 34 individuals who lost their lives. It was not just African Americans who lost their lives. It was law enforcement that lost their lives. There were store owners who lost their lives. 34 individuals, their names will now be part of the permanent record of the California State Legislature. But I want to move on even beyond that. Myself and Councilmember Joe Buscaino, as well as Senator Isidore Hall, we have now created a bronze plaque that will bear every individual who lost their lives in August of 1965. This bronze plaque will bear all those names. So these individuals will never be forgotten. These individuals will be commemorated and recognized for generations to come. That will be in our Rose Garden in Watts. Yes. And so I want to say thank you very much for this council who will vote on this resolution. We certainly ask for your aye vote. This certainly will send a strong message to the Watts community. We have now become even more committed and more resilient as it relates to the mission that's at hand. We will reflect back on what transpired 50 years. We will not forget about yet how far we need to go in our community. And I'm so happy that we have a council member who believes all that we believe in to move this community forward. So thank you very much, council members, and God bless you.
Thanks, Mike. Help me welcome my partner in Council District 9, my brother in service, Councilmember Karim Price.
To my colleagues, Assemblymember Gibson, neighbors and friends, it's an honor to stand with you today. You know, the Watts riots didn't just affect Watts. You know, we had issues certainly in South LA. I was 15 years old in Inglewood, and I remember the tanks coming down Manchester, coming down 76th Street. It was a scene I will never forget. And it's also important, though, to celebrate the role and the significance of the Watts riots, uprising, rebellion, whatever we want to call it. You know, sometimes these issues are sort of swept under the rug, although the term the Watts riots is synonymous with problems, with turmoil, with inner city distrust. And so it's important that we acknowledge what occurred and renew our efforts not to let it continue. Now, unfortunately, 50 years later, many of the conditions still exist. Poverty, unemployment, income disparity, lack of housing, lack of health. And so if we're serious about moving forward, we have to work in a collaborative, diligent way to resolve these issues. And so I'm proud to stand with the leadership, elected and otherwise, that are making that commitment, that are raising this issue as a learning point, something that we will never forget. And as we remember the lives of those who that were killed during this time, let's remember the lives that are being reborn and the opportunities for rebirth that this anniversary brings us. And so it's a time for somber reflection, but I think a time also to redouble our efforts, to redouble our commitment, and to redouble our belief that we can make our community better. So thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you so much. Help me welcome my other brother in service representing Council District 8, Councilmember Marquise Harris Dawson.
Thank you so much. We're humbled to be part of the generation that came after Watts. And I remember growing up, people would always talk about, well, you remember 10 years ago in Watts, or you remember 15 years ago in Watts. And what people would always call attention to was the resiliency of the men and women, boys and girls who are part of the Watts community, facing the most harrowing conditions where literally the United States military moves into your neighborhood to protect the stuff and not so much the people. Those people rose up and in a resilient way built Watts back to what we see today, and did that in the context of more job losses after 65. the factories moved, right? Then Watts was asked to figure out how people living on the meagerest of incomes could get along when there was a language barrier between Latino residents and African American residents, and Watts did that. And in that context, Watts built a number of institutions that still stand today. We're very, very proud that the Martin Luther King Hospital was reopened this past Friday to much-deserved fanfare. We're proud that Watts is one of the most civically engaged parts of our city, and they could not be represented by a more enthusiastic, more heartfelt, spirit-led leader than Joe Buscaino, who represents them on the Los Angeles City Council, and Mike Gibson, who represents them in Sacramento. Lastly, I want to call attention to a few organizations in our part of Watts, the part of Watts that we represent. There's Grant AME, who's built 2 amazing housing developments there that look like they could be anywhere in the city. There's also the Maxine Waters Education Center for Employment that we're very, very excited about. And then lastly, point of personal privilege to the members. Folks know one of my team members who is a policy director and works the floor. Her name is Rachel Brazier. She is the granddaughter of Ted Watkins, who founded the WLCAC. Wave your hand, Rachel, so everybody can see you. So the legacy of the Watts Uprising lives today in Los Angeles City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We want to make sure that the community stakeholders are aware of the city planned events for the commemoration this week. For months now, the Department of Cultural Affairs, the LA Human Relations Commission, Public Works Commissioner Mike Davis, who's been working tirelessly preparing for this week, and my office have worked with stakeholders and coordinated with other city departments to plan a series of events. The DCA, HRC, and Commissioner Davis are here today to give an overview of the events and activities planned. First, let's start off with the Department of Cultural Affairs General Manager Danielle Brazel to say a few words. Danielle.
The great civil rights leader and Congressman John Lewis said recently that the arts were the wings of the civil rights movement. Music, song, dance, sites of public memory, ways of remembering. That's what we do with the Department of Cultural Affairs. And my job as the general manager is to foster creativity at all levels, in every community, in every neighborhood in the city of Los Angeles. We've been honored to be able to participate in this commemoration of this most historic day. I am joined today by Rosie Lee Hooks, who is the amazing matriarch and art center director of the Watts Arts Center in Watts. And she has curated a very powerful exhibition with Michael Massenburg, 50 years later, and I still can't breathe. And I urge everyone, it is powerful. It's powerful because it needs to be powerful, because it is powerful. 50 years later, and I still can't breathe. Rosie Lee Hooks is right here, and I want to give her a huge round of applause for being a fearless and tireless advocate for her community. We also curated the Bridge Gallery with the city archivist. That is called Strange Fruit, and it is lifted from our history, from newspapers throughout the world. Our city archivist worked with our community arts director, Leslie Thomas, who I believe is here today. I want to give Leslie a round of applause for putting this vision forward as well. And finally, as we talk about historic sites of memory, we have, with support with Councilmember Buscaino, commissioned a commemorative mural for the city to acknowledge this. And we go through a pretty rigorous public vetting process. We issued an RFP. I have to acknowledge our incredible public art director, Felicia Filer, for shepherding that process. And I am so pleased to announce that the winner of that public art competition is Spark. That's right. Social Public Art Resources. I'm here with Deborah Padilla, Executive Director of this incredible organization. It will be a community mural, and what is so extraordinary is there will be 7 sites of memory that will be marked throughout cultural assets in the Watts community, by the Watts community, for the Watts community. Again, our job is to foster creativity at every single level. Please help us do that. And it is my now incredible pleasure to welcome Francisco Ortega from the Human Relations Commission to the podium. He is, again, another trusted, amazing colleague who's doing great work in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Honored and humbled to be here today and addressing the City Council. Our work, as you know, the Macomb Commission was established to deal with what happened, the aftermath of 1965. One of the recommendations of that commission was to create a body in the city that dealt directly with intergroup dynamics in the city. And so in 1968, we're almost 47 years old, the commission was established. And before I go on, I just want to acknowledge that we just elected our new president for the Human Relations Commission. Her name is Rosa Russell, and she's here present. And so I wanted to acknowledge our president. I also wanted to thank Danielle for the work of thinking about the creative process. I think one of the things that was lost in Watts in 65, but never really fully lost entirely, was its creative capital and its ability to be, so much culture has grown out of Watts. The commission challenges ourselves as a city. It challenges, I see a lot of council members here that I've worked with personally, that we've been in your districts, that we've talked about the human relations issues that arise occasionally in your neck of the woods. Watts has been a particular place for the commission because it's not only where our birthplace was, but it's because we've been engaged in that community. I see I still call him Captain, but Commander Tingarides behind me and his wife, Amara Tingarides. Why am I not remembering Amara? And so together with the people at the Watts Gang Task Force, the community, we built that relationship up to the point where we're now really talking about what are the next steps for Watts in terms of moving this forward. I just want to also, just before I end, want to just say that the voices that you heard in that clip that Councilmember Buscaino played at the beginning are voices of Watts, of people who live in Watts. What we did is we partnered with Culture Affairs, we partnered with Joe Buscaino's office, and we were able to, with Endless Eye, get these stories. And part of a lot of the challenge here is that a lot of the times we don't hear those stories from the people who live in Watts, who work in Watts, who make Watts their home. And we wanted to show that. But we're also asking the city, think about your stories and your part of the city, the people that you represent, and the endless stories that we have not heard. And we want to continue to think about that. So thank you so much. I'd like to now introduce Commissioner of Public Works, Mike Davis, who's been, like Councilman Buscaino said, tireless guy working on this events for the 50th anniversary commemoration of the Watts uprising. And here is Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. Greetings, Madam President and distinguished members of the City Council. It's an honor and privilege to work with Mayor Eric Garcetti, as well as our council member, Joe Buscaino, and as well the Human Relations Commission, as was stated earlier, was developed out of the findings of the Macomb Commission. We have 2 events in this city that we have put together that are serving as a project demonstrating excellence, where we can have both an increase of awareness of what occurred and also to have it as a project demonstrating excellence in terms of discussing how we can increase services to the Watts area. The first project is going to be at WLCAC on this Friday at 11 o'clock with high school seniors in the Watts area. This was recommended by your Human Relations Commission. Our goal is to increase their awareness because not only were they not born in 1965, many of their parents weren't born in 1965, and yet they live in a community of which they should have full comprehensive knowledge about the things that occurred, the milestones that helped to develop who that city, that community is today. And so we have individuals we've invited that we look forward to working with who have been successful, young people who have come from similar backgrounds. Terrell Owens, a football great. Also, we have Danielle Gordon, who's a youth Port Laureate, and then also a young man who is in his 20s. He has his PhD. He went to one of the historically African-American universities in this country, but he's a professor over at Occidental College. And being a person in his 20s with a PhD, he too serves as a positive role model. So these young people will share their stories of success to motivate. This luncheon is simply called the Mayor's Youth Luncheon on Innovation and Inspiration. In terms of innovation, I will share with them the commitment the City of Los Angeles has made to their community to help to increase its beauty. We have the 103rd Street streetscape project that Councilman Buscaino is working on. We have already completed a skate park in Serenity Park. And also, we have some future plans. As he stated, the funding that we hope will come, or that will definitely come, to help to improve Jordan Downs. So this is what we will be doing on Friday in the Mayor's Youth Luncheon on Innovation and Inspiration. And then on Saturday, we have a conversation about what happened and what we learned from the Watts Revolt. We will have a symposium at Charles R. Drew University, and the president, Dr. David Carlisle, is here with us today. In that discussion, we will start off talking about the McCone Commission with people in our community like Yvonne Burke, who was a county supervisor, legislator, and congresswoman, but equally was a young staff attorney who was a part of the McCone Commission. We will discuss what happened during those periods of time. In addition to that, we have a luncheon where we are bringing the Assistant United States Commerce, Secretary of Commerce, Jay Williams. As you know, Commerce is responsible for grants for businesses, and they will talk about the businesses in Watts that already have federal grants to help grow their businesses, and equally, we will talk about the future grants that might be available for businesses. Finally, we will honor at our luncheon on Saturday at Drew University Academy Award winner Lou Gossett, who has come before this council before. But we're honoring him not for his Oscar. We're honoring him because he is the leader of a foundation that helps to resolve cultural conflict, and it is called E-Racism. We felt that this was important to highlight the goal of our conference, which is to raise the awareness and to talk about what we learned from it. In summary, diversity and inclusion are both important. These are the foundations upon which we know we can work with every level of government to increase government services to help also increase the quality of life for Watts. We invite you to both events. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. We also need to recognize and reflect the importance of our gang intervention workers on the streets in Watts and throughout South Los Angeles. We, in Public Works and Gang Reduction Committee yesterday, we heard a report on the, and today before you will be voting on grid zones and expansion of grid zones, and also looking at the contracts and approving contracts of our gang intervention workers throughout the city of Los Angeles. This Thursday, my office is pleased to partner with Omelette Film to premiere the movie License to Operate, which will be screened across the street at Grand Park on Thursday night at 7 p.m. It's free to the public. The movie's about the creation of gang intervention in South Los Angeles. If you don't have a chance to be there, please have log on at least to look at the trailer online. It's incredible. We highlighted it at the Seattle Film Festival and got rave reviews. Including events for the 50th anniversary of Watts Rebellion are not just happening this week, but throughout the course of the next several months. So please stay in touch with my office and through our social media networks. We will also be having our second annual Watts Winter Wonderland. Our Watts District Office will be moving into the newly renovated Watts Civic Center by the end of this year. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe that our Watts City Hall was closed to the people of Watts, where we were renting a building down the street for city resources. So we're giving Watts City Hall back to the people in Watts. We're also proud of the projects in Watts recently completed, the $5 million Serenity Park, the $6 million reconstruction of 106th Street Pool, Frank Gary's design of the Children's Institute campus, and welcoming our first sit-down restaurant in many, many years, Chef Roy Choi's new Local L restaurant on 103rd. I'm really excited about that. And as I mentioned, Jordan Downs and the redevelopment of Jordan Downs, creating an urban village there to also bring in retail commercial. Recently, a C&I federal grant was denied for the second time, by the way, but that won't slow us down. The denial of these grants is unacceptable, period. We won't settle for less. We owe it to the people in Watts to create more housing, to bring in more retail commercial space. So we've been laser focused to working with all levels of government, with HACLA and the mayor's office to make sure this development gets built. Before we close we'd like to bring up a special performance by two of our local church choirs. I'd like to welcome, there's going to be a reception following this presentation at the mayor's press conference room. We'll also have an opportunity to talk to those who've been selected in the news clippings that we heard earlier. And I'd like to now welcome our two choirs to come forward. Macedonia Baptist Church has served the Watts community for 107 years. Tree of Life Missionary Baptist Church just celebrated their 50th year serving Watts. Today we have a church who started serving Watts 50 years before the rebellion, and a church who has served Watts the 50 years since. So coming together for this commemoration and a special performance. So let's welcome again. Thank you to all of our leaders here, both elected and within our community, to help celebrate and reflect on the 50 year of the Watts Rebellion. Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. Thank you for sharing in this special day here in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buscaino. Madam Clerk, we're going to move on to item 11.
And for item 11, a substitute motion has been circulated.
First speaker, Donna Pierman. Are you here, Donna? On item 11. Donna Pierman, there you are. Good morning, Donna. This is item 11.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, okay. I'll pass on this one.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker on item 11, Byron Barajas. Mr. Barajas, are you here? So who's... Mr. Barajas, are you in the room? Item 11, sir.
I just have a simple comment. Look at the Egypt Suez Canal, and I hope your transportation system, corridors, or whatever you want to build in your ports, I hope you consider the fact that your duties is to connect whatever you do, commerce or trading or anything like that, to the world. So have that type of vision as the Egyptians have that vision on their hands now. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Barajas. There are no more cards on this item. No members on the queue. Madam Clerk, there's 2 votes on item 11.
Yes, Madam President. First, council should vote on whether to substitute.
Open the row. Close the row. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Now the item as substituted is before council for vote.
Mr. Harris-Dawson?
Can this be forthwith, please?
We haven't voted yet. Hold on for just a second, sir. Open the row. Close the row. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Forthwith for Mr. Harris-Dawson. Mr. Krikorian for a brief introduction.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Members, I'm saddened to have to say that CD2 is bidding a fond farewell today to 2 extraordinary young women who have been working hard this summer to serve the people of my district and the people of Los Angeles. My 2 summer interns are finishing up their service to our office today. First, I'd like to introduce to you Sydney Young, who is a junior at UCLA studying in political science. She has a 3.9 GPA, and in her spare time, she teaches health and nutrition to high school students and is actively involved in the Bruin Democrats. And Sydney this summer has been working on gathering best practices from other cities on economic development, and a lot of the work that she's done will form some of the foundation for our ad hoc committee on comprehensive jobs development strategy. And so the work that she did this summer will pay dividends for many years to come, I'm sure, in spurring our economy and helping people get good jobs. So Sydney, thank you very much for your service, and I'd like to give you this certificate.
Yay, Sydney. Thank you, Mr. Krikorian.
Wait, one more. Sorry, one more. In fact, wait. Okay. Betsy will do that. Okay, and second, I'd like to also introduce you to Christine Bustillos. Christine is a junior, or will be a junior at Loyola Marymount, majoring in urban studies with a minor in environmental studies. She's a Dean's List student, and she has plans to be a city planner. So we're very hopeful that she may be back in City Hall in a few years, helping Los Angeles lay the foundation for its future. She spends a lot of her time on sustainability and human trafficking activism in school and environmental responsibility. And in her work with us, she's been helping us to develop our Great Streets plan. So again, the work that she's done this summer hopefully will be a legacy that will last for a long time as people enjoy the great streets, facades, and improvements to Lancashire. So, Christine, congratulations and thank you for your service. Why don't you come up? We'll do that.
Thank you, Mr. Gregorian. Madam Clerk, we're going to move on to item 12.
Item 12 calls motion for cards.
First speaker, Mr. Walsh, on item 12.
Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org or J. Walsh Confidential, tweeting at Hollywood Dems. This concerns Tree Wellness Concrete to Canopy Project. You tell us in the agenda, I have no idea what this means. We're supposed to, everyone watching this is supposed to say, well, it's not worth talking about. It's just concrete trees or something, and everyone's going to vote on it without any discussion. I am asking, you know, you get awfully quiet here when I ask you for some information about this Tree Wellness Concrete to Canopy project. Actually, the trees on Hollywood Boulevard aren't in too bad condition. They've been in a lot worse condition than they are now. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Donna Pierman for item 12.
It seems like an awful lot of money here, $500,000 for this tree wellness concrete to canopy. So we like to know, are we leaving from concrete to canopy, or is just there's a lot of concrete with canopies with the trees? So I like to know what exactly $500,000 is being spent for. And now we can't have video conferencing. Thank you for the Van Nuys.
That concludes cards on item 12. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Item passes. We are going to move on to item 9, and we're going to open it for cards. Mr. City Attorney? We're going to do item 9, yes.
And this is a reminder to the council members that this is a fair hearing matter requiring heightened attention to the speaker at the podium or to the monitors at their desks.
Mr. Fuentes?
Madam President, this item was heard in Policy Committee, so we're opening the hearing?
Yes.
Very good. So I would like to have this continued at some point. Colleagues, it was brought to my attention that although it's not legally required to have the appellants notified of today's matter, it is our pattern and practice to do that, and city staff informed us that for whatever reason, the appellants weren't notified of today's matter before us. So I would like to ask for this item to be continued. I do know, Madam Speaker, that you do have people who are going to speak, and so I guess we'll go ahead and let public comment be heard despite the fact that the committee has already heard the item, but I would ask that we continue this item.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. First speaker, Bill Ike.
Members of Council.
You have 2 minutes, 2 minutes, sir.
Oh, yes, thank you. I thank you for continuing this matter to Friday. This is a proposed film studio, but it's not a film studio. It's an event rental facility. All right. This is a conditional use permit which can only be used as a film studio. And that all they want to do is put an event rental business, a 100,000 square foot warehouse. You are approving something that is not actually allowed. You have a 5-story and 7-story building next to residential areas that used to be in what used to be CD2, but is now CD7, but got gerrymandered into CD6. This is something that needs to, something that needs to be, I would urge you on Friday to deny this, to vote no. Councilman Englander, this will be in your council, your district, if you in fact are the Councilman Englander. If you are the 5th supervisor, this would be in your district. I urge you to listen to the members of the people who would be in the 5th council district. This is This is next to a landfill, and it is required that it be have a buffer zone. And there is no buffer zone. This is approximately 28 feet from RA1K equestrian houses. This is not an appropriate use for this property. So I would urge you to vote no on this. And thank you, because I only did receive 1 hour notice of this, and I dropped everything and came down here and notified the other council. I appreciate your continuing this perhaps to Friday so that the other 25 appellants could actually appear and mention something about this. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Alton Butler, on item 9, sir. No, you're done. I would just call the next speaker, sir. Alton Butler.
My name is Alton Butler. Good morning, honorable council members. I am the owner of Line 204. I'm investing $40 million in a studio project here in LA. The city has done a great job on taking many measures for us to mitigate our sound issues for the neighbors, and I have complied with every one of those issues and happily done that. But let me be clear that this condition 14C, by limiting our hours of operation, there will be no studio project. I can't limit my hours of operation. We have done our measures of blocking off sound issues. We have done technicals. If the noise issue is the measure, that we've done all the acoustical analysis for the mitigation of the effectively to limit the noise of our studio project. All I can say is that I want to be a good neighbor to these people. I've reached out my hand on many occasions, and I still would like to do the same. So please, if you could, don't limit my hours of operation, because there will be no studio project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. George Tavares, next speaker.
Good morning, Madam President, council members. My name is George Tavares. I reside at 15260 Ventura Boulevard in Sherman Oaks. I'm an industrial real estate broker, really looking out for the positive change for Sun Valley and for the San Fernando Valley as a whole. There has not been a studio built in Los Angeles in decades. This is what is billed as Hollywood, the filming capital of the world, and what this city needs to do is needs to promote that and continue that. I know that certain council members once helped bring filming back to Los Angeles and tax credits to Los Angeles, and now these film companies are looking to come back here and stay where they need to be. I urge you to deny the appeal. I urge you also to remove item 14C, which limits the hours of operation. One thing I do know, as seeing many film businesses in our areas, they are quiet businesses. They are not here to make noise. They don't want to make noise. They need to keep themselves to a level of quietness that would not impact the neighbors. So I think hours of operation limitations would be a fatal flaw for this project, and I urge the council to support the project and help keep filming and studio businesses here in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Brad Rosenheim.
Good morning, council members. My name is Brad Rosenheim, 21600 Oxnard Street in Woodland Hills. I'm here today on behalf of Line 204. First of all, I'd like to thank the staff, the council office, and the planning committee for their recommendation today, which is to deny the appeal. We do have a concern, as you've heard, about condition 14C. But before I talk about that, I want to make sure that it's very, very clear that this is a studio project. It's a 110,000 square studio with ancillary warehouse, which is permitted by the Los Angeles Municipal Code. The condition 14C specifically is unenforceable, and it will have a chilling effect and impact on the ability for this studio to function in an effective and an unharassed manner. There is no way to distinguish between deliveries to the warehouse from the studio or off-site filming between any type of use and materials that are going in and out of the warehouse and studio buildings. It is virtually impossible for the City of Los Angeles to enforce this condition. Let's not hinder the Valley's first ground-up studio before it's even open. I therefore respectfully request that the Council delete condition 14C and deny the appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Stuart Wallman.
Good morning. Stuart Waldman, President of the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, VICA. This project comes at the perfect time as California goes through the first rounds of an expanded film and TV tax credit program. If Los Angeles wants to attract the most program applicants, we need to expand our production facilities and resources to accommodate the huge influx of projects that we're hoping to bring to this state. Line 204 has proven itself to be a great business and a great neighbor in its 3 Hollywood locations. And they have taken a lot of time to listen to the residents and businesses in this proposed neighborhood. VICA welcomes Line 204 and the economic development their 4th space would bring to the Northeast Valley. We urge you to support the operational conditions that will make this studio successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker is Paul Audley from Film LA. Good morning.
As your film office, we've done a review of this and participated in discussions, and just wanted to let you know that we do support the approval of this project. We're watching as other countries and cities and states around the country develop additional soundstage space, with Georgia recently claiming the largest studio proposal in the country. We know that if people really want to go work in a swamp with mosquitoes, bad weather, and hurricanes, that they can go to Georgia, but certainly they prefer LA. We're very excited about this opportunity as we see an increase coming back to LA as a result of the new California tax credit, and would encourage you to approve the proposal as was approved by the Planning Commission. We also recognize that a restriction on business hours on this studio put it at a great disadvantage from all the other studios in Los Angeles, in that they do need the time to be able to load up work in advance of those hours, as other studios do in the region. We appreciate the work done by both the Planning Commission and the developer of this project to create buffers and to reduce the sound, but it is not an unusual thing for these kinds of activities, which by very nature of what they do need to be quiet, to work in neighborhoods that are but other residential areas. And so Film LA, as your film office, is pleased to support the proposal as brought forward by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that concludes the speaker cards on this item for today. The item will be continued till Friday, August 14th, at the request of Mr. Fuentes. Next item, item 13.
Item 13, calls pleasure for cards.
Mr. Herman.
Madam Speaker, within this 1 minute, I'd like to bring to your attention regarding the seamless movement of goods throughout the Port of Long Beach by Joe Busciano. Is there any idea what type of movement of goods is going through the port of nowadays? Just this morning at 9 o'clock, I sat in a meeting regarding tobacco. Now, what are the restrictions of search and seizure to ensure that the public safety for illegal goods brought in throughout the port are not destroying our communities? Someone should ask Joe Busciano this question, because when I sat in that meeting this morning with Joe Blow and that little elf, Englander, I brought it to their attention. Pay attention. Stop bringing in illegal goods to the port. Thank you.
Next speaker, Wayne Spindler.
People against the dwarf, stop Mitchell Englander. Now, you're moving the goods through the port. Well, you have to do that. That's where they bring all the cocaine through and all the heroin. And you have to do it duty-free without asking questions. So it's not inspect, it's volume. And the more volume you move, the less it gets inspected. And the less it gets inspected, the more drugs come into the city. That's how they pay the city council off. That's how they pay the police off. Bringing in so much stuff, you can't inspect even 5% of it. So, yes, let's continue to bring in the drugs. Everybody continue to take your drugs. I don't have to take them. Never will. Don't have to. My drug is coming here and telling you, F off.
There are no more speakers on item 13. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Item passes. Madam Clerk, there's been a request to say in item 12 forthwith. Next item, item 14.
Item 14, calls pleasure for cards.
Donna Perman, item 14.
Here we are with the Grand Avenue project. Just when I thought the Grand Avenue project was going to be all done, we got to conduct a study regarding the financial support for the Grand Avenue project. Of course, we don't have to have support for the normal people, the people that need help. We are the City Council is giving it all to the Grand Avenue project for consultant services for the developer. To me, that's too much money to give to a consultant services. And it seems to me this is just another way for the City Council to wipe out all the money that we have and we need for the city. To give it over to a large places. We don't need Grand Avenue projects. We don't need large, big developers. In the meantime, they don't give us our video conferencing and Van Nuys, which is a lot less money. They'd rather give $50,000 to the developer of the Grand Avenue project. So I would wish for you to vote no on it, but I know that you will. You rubber stamp it. Close the roll, tabulate the vote. 12 or 13 or 14 ayes. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Herman, on item 14. Great, thank you very much. Mr. Wayne Spindler on item 14.
Yes, this is an excellent payoff for another campaign donor. I urge an aye vote because that's the way the machine runs. $50,000 today, 2 years later, all those campaign donations. So you fuck us for all the money, you put it in a large pot, you give it to your friends, and then they funnel it back in campaign donations. That's the way LA City works. That's the way the mafia works here. So I don't think 50,000's enough. You got to divide it amongst 15 of you cocksuckers and the other 3, so you need 18 campaigns to buy. I think it should be $1.8 million. So I would move that you increase it from 50,000 to $1.8 million, so you can give each of yourselves $100,000 in campaign donations. Then you won't have to spend so much time grubbing for money. Maybe you'll repair the sidewalk piece that fell out on Aliso Avenue and Los Angeles Street. Thank you.
Next speaker, Eric Previn on item 14. Eric Previn. Third time, Eric Previn. He's not in the room. Next speaker, Antonia Ramirez on item 14, ma'am.
Always look, thank you, to see who authored this motion, Huizar and Fuentes, 2 Latinos. And yes, they are in collusion with the developers. One, to build a Grand Avenue hotel or to staff it all with wetbacks and gangbangers, and or to house and subsidize it with wetbacks and gangbangers. I say hell no. You're gonna do a study for $50,000? Consultant services, are we kidding? We've got a homeless population of military veterans. They are first and foremost a priority. What are we thinking? $50,000 is no chump change. God dang, you can buy a couple of hamburgers with that, and it won't be McDonald's. A little more refined, thank you. But again, and most, if not all, for many of you who have not stayed in hotels, every one of the hotels, and I know because I've stayed in many, all hotels in California practically, all hotels, get into your rooms. You check into your room, and they get into your room the moment you walk out. They, again, the wetbacks and the gangbangers that are employed at all these hotels, the moment you walk out, they walk in. They have the MasterCard key to get into your room. They prowl through your things, and they rummage through your things, and then they steal your IDs. So again,
Mrs.
ladies
Ramirez,
and gentlemen, this
Mrs.
is not
Ramirez, you got to stay on the item 14, ma'am.
Hotels, and all these hotel projects are worthless and meaningless when they are intruding into your rooms. There should be a caveat where it says hotels must be correctly managed, safe and secure, where no one can invade your privacy. City attorneys, no one can invade your privacy, steal your IDs, or damage any of your property within your room that you're paying a fortune for. Again, attorneys and city council members, most, if not all hotels, do not have any form of protection of your privacy. Not one hotel in California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ramirez. That concludes cards on item 14. Mr. Huizar.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to correct one of the public speakers mentions that we are giving or providing $50,000 for the study. We are actually accepting as a city $50,000 so that we could conduct a study and evaluate whether this is an appropriate direction for us to go in. Thank you.
Sir. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Item passes. Next item, item 15.
Item 15 calls question for cards.
Ruben Gonzalez, item 15. Is Mr. Gonzalez in the room? He is not. Next speaker, Gregory Lewis on item 15.
Good morning. My name is Gregory Lewis, and I'm a research analyst with Unite Here Local 11. On behalf of the over 20,000 members in the hospitality industry, we wish to express our strong support for the JW Marriott and this process moving forward. This expansion represents the creation of thousands of good jobs, both in the construction and permanent work of hotel, and we're proud of AEG and the partnership they've created with workers and the community. And we wish to continue the renaissance of downtown Los Angeles. Thank you, City Council, for putting this motion forward, and we look forward to it.
Next speaker, Donna Pearman. Item 15, Donna. Donna, you have 1 minute left.
Oh, okay, so I'll make it real quick. Okay, so I guess I'll just make this real quick. So I just want to say that, okay, so apparently they're giving money toward these items and they're not spending money. So the only question is now, do you trust the city council to spend it correctly? I don't. Thank you.
Next speaker, John Walsh on item 15.
John Walsh, blogging. This is my third time up here. This is my third minute, not my fifth. Yeah. John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. I'm glad that the J. Marriott is forking over $150,000 for consultant services from the developer. Actually, it's going to cost the city $300,000 to $400,000. They're putting in $150,000 towards that. And if they're becoming so generous at JW Marriott, maybe they could put in $150,000, hand the city over, so that we could get rid of a few homeless. Remove them and give them some place to live. But as far as how much the consultant services cost totally, the $150,000 that they're going to be paying, and it will go to their friends, and they will decide who the consultants are after they make friends with you people up here and hire the people you want as consultants. It's all corrupt. J.W. Marriott, HollywoodHighlands.org.
Next speaker, Hitler's consultant. Would that be you, Mr. Wayne Spindler?
Yes, Hitler's consultant. Everything here is, everybody's a consultant. You're a consultant, I'm a consultant. Everybody's consulting about a hotel that none of us are ever going to be able to afford to stay in. But that's because you have to have big, expensive hotels so that the rest of the squalor and the poor and the people in Watts can continue to live in fucking squalor. So you have to have all your rich hotel buddy areas. The only thing you should do is build a 25-foot wall, because pretty soon you're going to need that when they try to drive the fucking car bombs in. So you don't need to study it. Just build it. Don't even have a permit. Just put it up. And then if they violate the policies, they have enough campaign dollars to buy off.
Next speaker, Eric Previn. Eric Previn. I called him earlier. He's not in the room. Antonia Ramirez on item 15, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I have stayed at the Marriott Hotel, the JW Marriott down in Figueroa. I say no to the financial support for the Marriott expansion bullshit wetback and Chango Latino project and LA Live. The old gringo geriatric fart, JW Jr., wants to amass more Ferraris and Lamborghinis and self-serve him and his cronies, and at the expenses of the LA taxpayers. Again, most, if not all, of this hotel is staffed by gangbangers and wetbacks. They do enter your room and there is theft. I had stayed there. I complained about it. And again, all they could do was apologize to me because they had illegally entered my room various times. That's when I checked out and I called them wetbacks. And they got angry. Okay, so again, JW Marriott Hotels is not a safe place to stay at if you want your privacy and you value your privacy. God dang, we all want our privacy so bad, so much, so that we spend that kind of money to stay in a hotel as such as JW Marriott. BS, it's not worth it. Stay somewhere cheaper with more quality, or somebody babysit a room for you and pay them the money. Again, this hotel is worthless. JW Marriott is nothing more but than a scam artist, hiring wetbacks and gangbangers at the expense of good law-abiding tourists and law-abiding American citizens, okay? And the city attorney, I would go out there and give them a royal boot too and shut down all their hotels. Again, we should start enforcement procedures against all hotels. No one should have a MasterCard key and allow them to come in at will and open it into your room without the approval or consent and knowledge of the person who's staying in the room, paying an arm and a leg. Again, please, let's start some enforcement, and they should know something about gang stalking and Ted Gunderson. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That concludes speakers on item 15. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Item passes. Next item 16.
Item 16, call special for cards.
Mr. Walsh, item 16. Mr. Walsh, just a reminder, you have 2 minutes left, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. It's always nice to have courtesy coming this way. It goes that way when it comes this way. This is the 50th anniversary of, this is number 16, of the Watts riot. I arrived in L.A. the year after the riot. In fact, in many ways, Watts was in better shape then than it is now. Watts, I mean, you could eat off the street. It was so clean there. When I was teaching at junior high there in 1966. But in any case, the 50th anniversary of the Watts, I like how you say Watts riots rebellion. Well, there was no riot. It was a rebellion. So why don't you just amend this and remove the word riots? And if you don't, you're an all-white jury. There were no riots at Watts.
Next speaker, Mr. Herman, on item 16.
Madam Speaker, NWA really portrayed what happened in Watts. But the testimony of the presentation with Herb Wesson was an absolute joke. Have we seen any new colleges built on behalf of those people, the African Americans that continue to live in poverty in Watts? Have we seen any Marriotts built in Watts to establish more jobs for African American minorities in Watts? 50 years ago, it was not a rebellion. It was called a protest against racism. White fascist protesters against the white fascist people like you, the all-white 15 jury that sit here today with no consideration what really took effect in that area. So if it wasn't for Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Ice Cube to really portray what happens in Watts, none of you would really know what Joe Blow Buscaino meant when he said he was establishing a new front in Watts. A lot of wada bullshit to me. A lot of wada bullshit. I want to see more improvements other than a train that runs between the division of now Watts. Improve the community with jobs and in a community that is hungry for education. Provide a college that will create new protesters to understand the reality of what Dr. Dre was talking about in his songs. NWA, Niggers Without Attitude.
Next speaker, Wayne Spindler, on item 16. We are not playing music. This is public.
You never talk
for item
about
16.
the real heroes. NWA, MC Ren, MC Yella, Ice Cube, Easy motherfucking E.
You need to speak to the item, sir. Item 16. This is your second warning.
You never want to mention in the so-called riot, it was a rebellion. They had no other way to go. All over the country today, we have hundreds and hundreds of watts just ready to blow. And in your frigging presentation, you never mentioned rap. It makes it real. And they didn't want to play it on MTV because it's owned by a bunch of white racists. So today we know better. It's caused by economic injustice. Black Lives Matter, NWA.
That concludes cards on item 16. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Item passes. Let's move on to item 17.
Item 17, call special for cards.
Mr. Walsh. You have 1 more minute left, sir.
I have 1 more minute left in my life. Number 19, this is a case, Mark Garza versus City of Los Angeles.
No, Mr. Walsh is 17, not 19. 17, sir.
17, this is another phony reward offer. Go to my website. You'll see the T-shirt on sale in Hollywood Boulevard. Snitches get stitches. There isn't a person. You could put this thing on here to the year 3000. Nobody is going to tell you who murdered Mr. Peebles, because if they do, the gangs control the city, and the person who opens his mouth and squeals on the murderer will be killed. We slit his throat. Take a look at the straight razor on the T-shirt, the red T-shirt that says "Snitches get stitches."
Mr. Herman, item 17. Start his clock, please.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I'm only 14-year-old. But you had no consideration regarding the death of a 14-year-old, because today you continue to offer rewards and a celebration and memory of death. Put away the denial of what you've created. Snitches get stitches is what you've created. No one dares to come and snitch on anyone's life because you as a city don't protect lives the same way you allowed the deaths in Watts. You continue to allow the 101 deaths throughout the city of Los Angeles. Just for example, in your area this morning, the news is only getting worse. Lives don't matter. Black lives don't matter. So why not even post the rewards? The only person in here who actually found a reward was Paul Koretz, and he paid it out. 1 out of hundreds. And yet the 14-year-old child didn't have the chance to say, "Mommy, Nuri from Van Nuys doesn't care, Mommy. She's too busy
You're not
wearing
speaking
her
on the
flashy
item,
tight
Mr. Herman.
dress."
Get back on the item, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Baby Got's back. You're right. Let me get back on the story now. Baby Got's back. Just another
Mr.
offer.
President, he is not speaking to this item.
Unsolved murders of Pebbles for an additional 6 months. Let it go on until you find the damn person who killed them.
You're done, Mr. Herman. Next speaker, Wayne Spindler on item 17. Donna. Mr. Wayne Spindler, Donna, you're out of time. Wayne Spindler, are you speaking on this item or not? Next speaker, Antonio Ramirez on item 17. You have 1 more minute left, Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you. Instead of paying this $50,000 reward to find out who it is, because we're never going to find out, why don't we pay $50,000 to Homeland Security and have them do the job? $50,000 to Homeland Security and ICE, and I guarantee you it was a wetback or a gangbanger. And we can go ahead and get the job done. Again, let's start all paying off the Homeland Security and ICE to do the job. Because obviously the city council and city attorneys and the LAPD and the sheriff's department aren't going to do it, nor is the federal government. Thanks, Kamala Harris and Department of Justice. They don't do anything. So we, as taxpayers, why don't we start forking out the money and paying Homeland Security and ICE under the table and saying, go after these wetbacks and gangbangers. Sick 'em, boy. Sick 'em. Sick 'em. And having said that, that's what we need to do. And stop these deaths, needless deaths of young people who don't deserve to die. Again, let's stop these deaths. Again, if they want to kill the gangbangers and the wetbacks, hey, man, lock yourselves out. We'll tell you where they're at. So that's a good thing. So again, thank you. Bless the
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's prepare to vote on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Englander, item 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got 7A. It's already been circulated. It's simply expanding the map to include 1794 as a reporting district. It's a technical change for the map. I support all the other contracts, everything having to do with everything going forward on this item. It's just an amendment that the chairman of the committee, Joe Buscaino, supports as well and seconded the motion on.
Okay, you know what I'm going to do, Mr. Englander? Give us 2 minutes on that. We'll come back to it. Mr. Bloomingfield, let's deal with, was it 18?
We'll continue with that because we're still working with the city attorney on it. So.
Okay, so it's been requested that 18.
If we could continue till Friday.
It could be continued to, why don't we give you to Tuesday?
Great.
Can we do continue it to next Tuesday? And if that's the case, what is the date?
August 18th.
Okay, so why don't we do that? 18 to the 18th. We'll go to item 1. Charles Linder or Lindner.
And Mr. President, there's a request to continue item 1AD to August 25th.
That's fine without objection. Don and Felix Munoz.
I'm sorry.
Maria Baltierra. If you please come forward.
Mr. President, before?
Yes, Mr. Buscaino.
On this item, Mr. President, if we can continue 1E for 2 weeks, please.
1E, there's a request.
Yes, sir, thank you.
And that's August 25th.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm Charles Linder. You called me a moment ago, Mr. President.
Yes.
I'm here on item 1K. Building and Safety and the Carlsons have agreed for a 2-week continuance to work with Building and Safety to work out the problem.
Okay, what was that again? 1K?
1K.
Okay, so then without objection, Madam Clerk, that'll be the order on that. And that date again would be for the record?
August 25th.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Okay, if I could have is this Don and Felix? Now I'm still looking for Maria. Yes.
This is about.
Just speaking to the mic.
This is about 1O. We've rectified the problem immediately after it was cited. The gentleman that came out took a look at our pool, said it was cloudy, and we had the gentleman we have serviced the pool now regularly, and I was servicing it at that time too. So the pool's been taken care of, and we don't see why we're getting charged like this. I mean, I'm on Social Security, and I'd expect me to pay $1,700 for a man that came out once.
What was that address again, Mr. Munoz?
14219 Hubbard Street, West Hubbard.
One second. Charles, come forward. Just hold on, because I'm going to let you speak to it before I misspeak, Charles. We received and filed this one, correct?
Morning, Council. My name is Charles Kadibala. I represent the Department of Building and Safety on item 1. I haven't talked to the gentleman, but it looks like this property is owner-occupied. It's an owner-occupied single-family dwelling. So I request that we continue this case for 2 weeks while we'll take a closer look at the property to get the necessary documentation, and then we'll have our inspectors check it out and come back and take a further look at it.
Does that work for you, Mr. Munoz?
Yeah, we'd like the inspector to come back out.
Okay, why don't we move forward in that direction? So what's that date, Madam Clerk? 2 weeks.
August 25th.
Okay, so that'll be the order.
We'll come back on August 25th?
Yeah, well, hopefully you'll have conversations and we can resolve this prior to that. Thanks,
Thank
Charles.
you.
Have Maria. Okay, Maria. Okay, so is there a Ricardo Manzano? Please come forward, sir, followed by Mr. Spindler, who has 1 minute. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, we would like to request more time for the order of compliance.
Okay, now again, just give me the address, 7226 North Cartwright.
Yes.
Are we okay with that? Okay, then 2 weeks would be again, Madam Clerk?
August 25th.
Okay, you may want to come over to the side and we'll have a sidebar conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Spindler.
Yes, we appreciate anything out of CD2.
Stay on the subject.
The lien is out of CD2. It should be waived.
Okay,
and it
Mr.
should be
Herman
waived.
or whoever's doing the that's not on the item.
But it's on the items that all of these liens should be dismissed. Hardworking, homeowner-occupied homes. Obviously, you don't need the money. The homeowners need the money. And they come down here, a lot of them, they can't find the building, they can't park because you have no public parking for less than $50 a day. So, in the spirit of comity, in the spirit of the Watts Rebellion, waive all of these liens, starting with CD2 and the GOAT Krikorian.
Okay, let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, let's move on. Mr. Englander, we're going to go back to item 7. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
And that's adopted as amended.
Where's Mr. O'Farrell? Forthwith on 7. Mr. O'Farrell, was there 6?
Oh, yes.
Item 6?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, item 6 is actually a technical correction to the committee report that was articulated, discussed, and documented in committee that basically says that in relation to the better delivery of the summer food service program and healthy meals to all of our kids in recreation and parks facilities through the summer, through a partnership with LAUSD, that the only fiscal impact is on Recreation and Parks General Fund, RAP's General Fund, and not the City General Fund. And again, it's a technical correction to reflect what actually happened in my committee. So it's a pretty simple one.
Okay, so with that said, let's prepare.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yes,
President.
go right ahead.
Just for the record, the correction has been made to the committee report, which has been circulated.
Good. All right, let's prepare to vote on that issue. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Fun and games.
Okay, why don't we go into closed session? So, sergeants, if you could remove our guest until we finish closed session. So, if we could please clear the chambers. The council is getting ready to go into closed session. If we could please clear the chambers. Mr. Fuentes.
Mr. Herman is still in the chambers. I thought the order was to have him removed.
And that's we're dealing with that right now. You are disrupting the meeting again. You are disrupting the meeting again. You are disrupting the meeting again. You've been warned several times.
Mr. President, he's still disrupting the meeting. I know we're ready out of closed session to begin the meeting again, and he's still disrupting the meeting. I just want to make sure we note that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
ringing the cowbell and all of that. But he disrupted the meeting several times earlier. He was warned about 5 or 6 times, and here he is again. So he will, the rest of the council, he'll be listening to us. Okay. We are on item 8. Mr. Bonin, you want to lead this?
It'll be me and then Mr. Huizar.
Okay, we'll start with you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. Thanks to all those in attendance today. Mr. President, when you were sworn in as our president for this term, you mentioned that this is a city council that does big things, and this is a city that does big things. And today is a day when we have the opportunity to do one of those big things. We have before us today a groundbreaking document prepared by our planning and Department of Transportation staffs who did tremendous work coming up with a smart, thoughtful, progressive, and forward-looking plan for mobility here in Los Angeles, something that brings us from a 1950s mentality to a 21st century mentality about how to get people to move around the city of Los Angeles. This is quite simply a plan to help us end gridlock, a plan to help us end gridlock by prioritizing public safety, public health, environment, and social equity. We have learned through hard experience that there are several ways that you cannot end traffic. You cannot end traffic by widening roads, and you cannot end traffic by simply wishing that it will go away. You need to think differently. And here in Los Angeles, we have for too long been wedded to the single occupancy vehicle. We are effectively, through the way we have designed our transportation system in Los Angeles, forced people into their automobiles. And this mobility plan today is about giving them the choice to do something different. Here in Los Angeles, 47% of the trips that people make, 47%, are less than 3 miles. And 84% of those trips are made by automobile. In a city with 300 plus days of sunshine, in a city where over 80% of the roads have a grade of 5% or less, that absolutely makes no sense. And it's not because people don't want to walk. It's not because people don't want to bike. It's not because people don't want to take public transit. It's because those options for them have not been made by us safe or convenient. And this is a document that begins putting us on the path to making a range of choices for the public safe and convenient. This is a document that helps us prioritize public safety, so that those who are walking and bicycling and trying to get around not in a car don't get killed. Right now, only 5% of those hit by a car going 20 miles per hour die. Over 80% of those who are hit by a car going 40 miles per hour die. We have one of the highest rates, double the national average, of automobile fatalities for children and for seniors over the age of 70. That's a legacy of shame, and it's something we can do a lot better. This is a document that also helps us get a lot of money from somewhere else. This is a document that can help us get active transportation funds from the state. This is a document that can help us tap into cap and trade funds because it will help us reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This is a smart thing to be doing. I know that there are some here who are not entirely comfortable and are not ready to vote yes today. Mr. Huizar and I are committed to studying in our committees, Transportation and Plum, any proposed amendments. But this is and doing so quickly at the beginning of September. But this is the vision statement for how we do transportation in Los Angeles. It is the overarching vision. Every particular project will need to be vetted by you in your district with your constituents. This is not project level. This is the vision. This is not the end of a conversation. This is the beginning of a new and exciting conversation among all of us, among our interdepartmental staff, among the community, about how we can do things differently in Los Angeles, how we can give people a choice to get out of gridlock.
Thank you, Mr. Bonin. Please, no applause. Mr. Huizar, I'd like to call on you because of your engagement as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, before us is one of those moments when we should be proud of our city family moving forward what is progressive thinking in terms of transportation policy and also quality of life. As Mr. Bonin mentioned, throughout the past 50 years, our city has been premised and prioritized automobiles as a primary means of transportation in the city. What this document does is acknowledge those number of people who walk, those number of people who take bikes and other forms of transportation, and say we shall build an infrastructure for you as well. We have neglected those facts, and in fact, more and more people are looking for other forms of transportation. One needs to go to Union Station in the morning and see the flocks of people who are walking out of Union Station, who want to take more public transportation, who walk to work, who bicycle and get around. This is acknowledging that. My district, who put forth ideas about parklets and green bike lanes and bike corrals, when those ideas were first brought forward to us by the community, we oftentimes had to fight the departments themselves about what is possible. This is giving an overall framework where more of those things will be possible. Again, this is an aspirational document. This will add to our city's general plan that would allow us to say we want to be here by 2035. That's the direction that we're going. Many of these projects that are actually in this plan will have an opportunity, an additional opportunity to get more community input, to have more input on design, and to think about what those actual projects will look like. I want to thank the Planning Department, the Department of Transportation, Mike Bonin, the advocates, for all of you, for the work you have done to get us to this point. I'm certainly happy that, in fact, this plan itself will not only address our transportation needs for the future and respond to the demand for alternative forms of transportation, but it has an edge of social justice as well. That social justice for people who cannot afford a car, that for those folks who walk, who bike, and for them, it is unaffordable at times. And when we see those people, we say, well, why have we built those modes and protected them as much in the pedestrian safety and other forms of transportation in the past? And I think this is a great way, not only for those individuals and for people who are looking for different forms as a choice, but for all of us in the long term. So thank you so much to everyone who made this possible. And last but not least, as Mr. Bonin mentioned, we have had several amendments in committee that we asked that we hear them in the near future. We have a deadline of August 21st by which we have to act as a council. So it's imperative that we act upon this today and hear on those amendments in the near future. Councilmember Bonin and I have committed that we will have a joint Transportation and Plum Committee meeting as soon as possible in September to hear those amendments. For now, this is a solid document. It is thoughtful. It has had a lot of public input. I would ask that we move with a full document today. Any amendments that come before us today that we hear in committee and then come back with any amendments. We could always amend our mobility plan or anything in the general plan, in our city's general plan. So that would just be one way of us moving forward. So thank you so much, and I ask for your aye vote on this.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm not unenthusiastic about the plan, although I don't think it's cooked, and I think it has holes in several districts. As I told the joint committee meeting, I'm not unenthusiastic about cycling. I'm an occasional cyclist, but I'm an enthusiastic cyclist. I'm sure, as an example, I'm the only person that's done the California AIDS ride from San Francisco to LA on this council. I've ridden all over the city. I helped Bill Rosendahl in his efforts to start funding bike paths appropriately. But I'm also a realist, and that's why I strongly agree with the majority of residents and community groups in my district that this stretch of Westwood, basically from Wilshire to UCLA, is not appropriate. It is a danger. We'll lose crucially needed parking and turn lanes. I believe traffic will be obstructed and safety will be risked, particularly because of the large number of buses that go through that short, narrow stretch. Over 900 buses a day, over 25,000 cars a day. I believe we need a north-south route to UCLA, but I don't think we should pick the most dangerous possible choice. And so I believe that we should remove this section. I believe we should ask the Commission and the committee to study alternatives at a future date, but I'd like to see it removed. I feel this process has completely ignored the residents of my district and their concerns, and it's pretty unusual for the council to ignore a council member and their district concerns. So I'd ask that you not do that. It's more difficult to amend this once it's passed because it becomes part of the general plan. It has to go back to the commission. There are a lot of extra steps. And while I have 2 amendments to propose, there is one that I know would not be precluded from being passed today, wouldn't have to go back. And the significant portion of it says, the street segments indicated on the networks represent potential opportunities to connect major destinations, but they're not intended to represent the full range of street options that may be considered during the implementation phase. For example, while Westwood Boulevard is identified on the Bicycle Enhanced Network as a plausible north-south means of connecting UCLA with destinations to the south, parallel north-south corridors may be substituted to implement Westwood bicycle enhancements and provide an alternative connection to the city network based upon more detailed operational studies and community engagement. So it would not remove Westwood. It would provide us the option later to remove it and substitute a route, if it can be found, that is more acceptable to the community and makes more sense after we've further studied it. So I would ask that we pass that amendment. If not, we can hear a more dramatic amendment that would actually mandate removing Westwood with or without alternatives. But I think this one is pretty innocuous, and I see no reason why we couldn't include it now and move it forward.
Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Right. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm not 100% on board on this, but I am voting for it today, and I want to thank Council Members Bonin and Huizar for all their work. I don't want to see this stuff stuck in legislative gridlock. I think this is a good roadmap to move forward. I think one of the things that was stated earlier, and this is really important, is that any specific projects, and this is key, and solutions are going to be worked out with the community. I've been part of the experience where we've actually approved projects without community input, and bike lanes and road diets, and have had literally over 1,000 people show up angry with pitchforks and tar and feathers and wanting it changed. I've also been on the flip side of that, where I now have the only dedicated bike lane so far, the first experiment of that in the city of Los Angeles, where a lot of people in my community said, hold on, time out, we don't want to do this. And I said, let's try it. And in fact, we don't have to keep it, but let's try it. And you know what? People love it. And with the great street, and I will say the majority of people love it. Not everybody will love everything, but the majority of, I will tell you, the feedback that we've gotten has been tremendous. It's phenomenal. And it's brought back new vibrancy to an area that didn't have that. I think this is a great opportunity. One of the main concerns I do have, and the LA Times and Richard Katz and others have pointed this out, is the possibility that it could slow down emergency response times. And therefore, I would ask, and I know it's part of the process, the not only community outreach, which is so important, that we work with all the stakeholders and council members, Paul Koretz's district, and all of those community members and those concerns be brought up and talked about the solutions, but also interdepartmental, including police and fire. I would ask that we make sure that we include them in the discussions, because we cannot slow down response times no matter what. So we have to address that in each one of these areas as well. But I urge your aye vote, because this is a vision statement, and it's important to move forward on these things when they do come up, and that we have the discussion, and it has that process built in that we're actually going to communicate and work with and collaborate and discuss ideas and solutions with the stakeholders. And that's all part of it. Had that not been part of it, I would absolutely vote no. But that's a key component which is critical to keep the city moving. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rue.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, my top priorities are community input and public safety. I mean, I ran on that platform. I intend to deliver on that. And, you know, I want to first acknowledge all the work of my colleagues who have contributed to this document. This is no small feat. And I know you guys have been working on this for close to 4 years or over 4 years now. And there's no doubt that Los Angeles needs a viable plan that enhances the public safety and the mobility of our neighborhoods. But such a plan must be consulted with all communities, especially those that are most impacted. Without meaningful input, without meaningful public input, we must open ourselves to strong community opposition and mistrust. And that's something I'm very concerned about. And in addition, the plan must fully address, as Councilmember Englander has so stated, the public safety requirements for our fire and police departments who risk their lives every day to save our lives. And again, as the Councilmember Englander stated, you know, I am very pleased to hear that the various departments are already undertaking the work in getting community input, which is why I feel the need that we need to make those priorities clear. You know, I have 3 amendments today, but I want to respect our chairs of our committees, and 2 of them I'm willing to send it to committee to go through the process. However, there's one amendment that I'd like to introduce, and I am asking for your support and vote. And it simply ensures that these projects are evaluated and implemented. And you know, we stated it before that this is a vision statement, that this is an aspirational document, which is why I feel that these 2 things must be included. And I've introduced Amendment 8G. But actually, I'd like to amend my amendment. I think I could do that, right? So it says, instruct the City Department of City Planning to amend the proposed mobility plan to include the following. The first one I like to strike, so remove that completely. And I like to add 2 points to the key policy initiatives of this visioning document. And the first point should, at the very end, you know, it's on page 12 of the document. I'd like to add a point that says, consider community input before any mobility. Oh, this is not, I got the wrong one. Consider community input before any mobility plan projects. So, again, highlighting and putting front and center the need for community input. And second, I'd like to add, with the change, instead of emergency responders, I like to put consider the needs of public safety when evaluating changes that implement complete streets improvement. So those 2 points I would like to add because, again, this is an aspirational document. This is our visioning document. And I feel if the departments are already doing it, if all the city council agrees that we need to get community input, all community input, and public safety is a high priority, why not mention it where it should be, in the front? And you know, and actually the last part, I'm willing to push that forward because it's more technical, which is section 4.4. I like to push it back to committee. So all I'm asking for is, I'm not asking for technical changes to the document. Thank you. So just asking for 2 points to highlight, again, community input and public safety in our main points. Thank you, council members.
Thank you. Mr. O'Farrell, please.
Yeah.
Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to commend the Planning Department and the Department of Transportation for the better part of 5 years of work on the Mobility 2035 plan, as well as Chairs Mike Bonin, and Jose Huizar. Much of the recent discussion has revolved around the proposed bike transit pedestrian networks and the potential impact that implementation of those networks may have on vehicle delay in the city. The plan already clearly states that decisions to implement specific programs are discretionary. Today, we are not voting on a road diet on Beverly Boulevard. We are not voting on a road diet anywhere. There are strong suggestions for bike lanes and multi-modes of transit on many, many corridors across the city, and this aspirational plan calls some of those networks out. In the coming years, it could shift. Realities on the ground may change. Technologies may come in, different ways of getting around the city, driverless cars, etc. The future is very broad. We don't know exactly where the bike lanes will eventually go in every single case, nor are we voting on that today with this mobility plan. It's a 20-year vision for transportation in LA, putting a new emphasis on important goals such as increasing pedestrian safety and greater access for people with disabilities. It's not all about bike lanes. It's about all forms of transit. When I moved to Los Angeles in 1982, for 2 years solid, I relied on my bicycle, public transit, and my feet to get everywhere. Social occasions, work, you name it, everywhere. And another time in my experience in Los Angeles, the same thing. That has informed my entire approach on how we look at the built environment. And my approach to the built environment and development in my district at the urban core is all about projects that are mixed use so that we can encourage greater neighborhood circulation and fewer car trips to get the services that you need where you live, that you can walk to or bike to or take a zip car or public transit. So I think it is a great plan that does not lock us into anything, that has been very thoroughly vetted, that I think we can all support and stand by and be very proud, and looks to the future in a very, very, I think, promising and optimistic way. And lastly, no change happens in my district without considerable community input, and that's a good thing. It's very important to welcome all sides of every issue, whether it's skepticism, outright opposition, good, passionate conversation, as was evidenced recently with the whole Hyperion Bridge situation. And you better believe that public safety personnel and first responder concerns were built into my decision for opposing any sort of road diet on Hyperion Bridge, but yet we're doing bike lanes there that are separate and protected. So it is those micro decisions that an elected official makes with the departments and with his or her community that results in improved transit. And this Mobility 2035 plan is a wonderful guide for all of that. So I urge an aye vote in the adoption of this plan because it gives us that freedom, that ability to get to the best possible modes of transportation over the next 20 years, and I look forward to those conversations. Thank you.
Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to thank the Planning Commission, Transportation Commission for their hard work and my colleagues on this effort. You know, part of this process has been some community input, and there have been a number of conversations, certainly in the 9th. One of those conversations revolved around not having bike lanes on Central Avenue. We certainly are excited about the opportunities to put them on Avalon and some other areas, but it was a broad, general, loud consensus not on Central Avenue. Yet the plan here still includes Central Avenue as a part of the enhanced bicycle network. So my request is simple, just to remove Central Avenue as had been discussed in a number of meetings. I'm concerned, I certainly take the word of my colleagues, that these issues will be dealt with in committee. But frequently, you know, this document becomes the Bible, and the changes appear to be more difficult to achieve, as another colleague suggested. So, I support this process. I think it has to be aspirational. I think we want to be inclusive. I certainly support the concerns raised by Councilmember LaRue and conversations I've had with several other colleagues, that we must make sure that the process is transparent and it is inclusive and involves all. But I am concerned again that inclusion of Central Avenue in the plan as proposed is certainly against the conversations we've had in the community, and I'd urge that I vote on my motion to remove Central Avenue from the plan as presented. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Cedillo.
Members, let me add my voice to those who are concerned about inadequate community input and public safety. My district is a district that is poverty-stricken, pollutant-burdened, culturally diverse, linguistically diverse, and with respect to pedestrian fatalities, unfortunately, number one amongst those that are ranked within the data. I would love to support and came to support this aspirational document, but I'm concerned in doing so that with all the concerns that have been raised here, that this aspirational document becomes, in some respects, the Constitution for us moving forward as a city. We should not do that hastily. We should take the time that's needed to make sure that it's completed in a way that contains all these elements. Here's what our concern is, that the foundation for this, in a city of 3.8 million people where 92 languages are spoken, that only 1,114 active participants participated in the original drafting of the mobility plan. That's 0.0002% of the city's population. We can and must do better. I'm concerned that not a single meeting, 4 city workshops, 2 scoping meetings on the EAR, 7 community planning forums were in my district. I have a district of Latinos, and I'm talking about Mexicans and Salvadorans and Guatemalans and Central Americans. I have a district of Asians, Chinese, various languages, Koreans, Filipinos. They need to be part of this conversation and part of this dialogue. I have a community where people are poor and where they have pollution, and they need a response that's better than saying the transition will be difficult for some. That is just inadequate. That if we agree that there's going to be more congestion as a result of this transition period over the next 20 years, there has to be a deeper and more sensitive response that say the transition will be difficult for some. The fact of the matter is 85% of the people use their vehicles. 650,000 people drive into the downtown area, the greater downtown area, every day. They're not included in your statistics, right? The fact of the matter is we have to do the things that position us to accomplish the things that are aspirational. We have to build more housing. We have to build up. We have to be concerned about those who don't have the capacity to make other choices. The fact of the matter is there's 1% of the population that uses bicycles. I'm excited that they may grow 170% through this plan. Assuming that's the case, that takes us to 2.7%. The fact of the matter is 1% are pedestrians, but all of us are pedestrians at one point in this process. And when we reviewed the history in my district, the major concern that we have are fatalities and hit and runs to pedestrians, and they have to be part of this conversation and part of this dialogue. I have to respect the fact that there are some seniors in my district. I have to respect the fact that we have challenges with people with obesity and physical challenges and accessibility. And I have to be a representative for the entirety of my district, not simply 1%, but the entirety of my district. We've had those conversations in my district. We had 2 town hall meetings. And let me tell you, the results and the concerns were distinct from what's being articulated here. And many of the concerns were concerns around the question of public safety. And that's just a reality that we cannot avoid, we cannot be hasty about. And so while I may share your aspirations, I am a representative of an entire community. And as such, I must be responsive to the entirety of my community. And as such, at this moment, unless you're prepared to take our amendments that respect and respond to the entirety of CD1, I must ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Mr. Harris Dawson.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank the staff and folks that worked on this for over a 5-year period. I want to rise and express empathy with the members who have questions about community engagement. Certainly in the 8th District, community engagement was not done in the way that I would have done it. And I think there is a lot to be desired for the plan. That being said, I really like the opportunity when Los Angeles gets to make decisions for Los Angeles. And we don't look at the city as a collection of 15 districts and 100 and some odd neighborhoods. And so it is in the spirit of unity and in the spirit of progress that I ask folks to support the plan going forward, knowing that, and this has been largely my background, Los Angeles activists are really good at stopping almost anything. And it's hard for me to believe that a plan could come out today that if there were very, very, very serious objections to in a specific community, that couldn't be dealt with at that time. And so I ask the members to join me in voting aye on this plan.
Okay, Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, and thanks to our colleagues, Mr. Bond, Mr. Weezer, for leading this effort, and also the city staff for putting together this mobility plan that's been in the works for 5 years. And I agree with Mr. Harris Dawson. You know, the city of Los Angeles, we all have distinctive communities and neighborhoods. I, for one, wanted to come to City Hall without using a car. Guess how long that took me? 2.5 hours. Rode my bike to this bus stop, Nuri, at 22nd and Pacific. Took the bus. I think 45 minutes into it, I was still in San Pedro. Bus took me down to 7th and Fig. Took the red line down up the street here and rode my bike to City Hall. In fact, Mr. Cedillo was the first person I ran into, right? Rode my bike into my parking stall. And you couldn't believe it took 2.5 hours. Thank you very much. That's all been captured on our YouTube channel. I was. We need a plan moving forward. Specifically in my district, we are trying to reimagine and recreate Avalon Boulevard in Wilmington, 103rd Street in Watts, our LA waterfront. And by incorporating these complete streets principles, the plan seeks to ensure that our streets and sidewalks are safe and accessible to all users, including bikes, pedestrians, motorists, and transit riders. There will soon be a very large public and private investment being made to redevelop our LA waterfront. And improvements to the pedestrian environment, including parklet, sidewalk dining, and measures to increase safety, go hand in hand in the economic development of our communities and creating a vibrant and active waterfront business district. And I was surprised to find out that in Wilmington, we have the largest number of bike lanes, of concentrated networks of bike lanes in Wilmington. And this plan will help us build upon that network, increase connectivity to other parts of the city, and provide safer routes for riders. And the fact that we are home to the Port of Los Angeles and a large number of industrial and rail facilities, I know how important it is to ensure that the goods movement sector is integrated with the rest of the transportation system in a way that doesn't endanger the health and safety of residents and other roadway users. So I stand to acknowledge and support this plan moving forward. And as a board member of the National League of Cities, we have been presented when we attend these National League of Cities conferences and how other cities across the country have embraced mobility, and including Salt Lake City and Washington, D.C. And it's about time that we step up as a city to move forward on a comprehensive mobility plan. Thank you.
Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'd like for us to zoom to the 30,000-foot level for a second, because a lot's been spoken about what safety means with relation to this mobility plan. I will remind you that we are talking about amending our general plan. One element of that element is the mobility, the circulation part. But there are 6 other mandated elements in a general plan that we have to consider: land use, housing, conservation, open space, noise, and safety. Safety is ingrained in our general planning principles, so the notion that somehow this element is going to crowd out another, I think, is one that you all must reanalyze and think about. So it's something that is embodied in our mandates by the state of California. Now, in addition to those, the city of Los Angeles has decided to do other ones that speak to, for example, health. And and there's 2 others that I forget. But the point is that this does not circumvent our need and our mandate to provide public safety to our residents in the city of Los Angeles. So I'm a little concerned when we sort of say that somehow we're jeopardizing safety. We are not. The other thing I wanted to bring to our attention is that this is, and I want to thank the staff who have been participating in this process and the advocates and all of those stakeholders. This is a really important moment for Los Angeles. My colleague from the 1st Council District enumerated, and I will stipulate to the same challenges that he faces that I face in my district. I have a district that mirrors a lot of those challenges, but I think that the answer to those challenges is making sure that we revise our DNA in the city of Los Angeles, our constitution of sorts, our general plan, so that we can mitigate the impacts of obesity or lack of open space or poor mobility in our communities. And the way that you do that, I think, is along the lines of what is being presented to us here today. This document here memorializes streets as public space. It looks to them as an opportunity for the city of Los Angeles to be in communion with itself, not just for vehicles. And there's nothing wrong with the single occupant vehicle trip. I take it on occasion. Today, Mr. Huizar, you're right. The Metrolink drop-off at Union Station, beautiful seeing all the people that I do when I commute on public transit. But when I can't do that, I take my vehicle. So there is a place for that. But if we avail ourselves of this document, of this new policy shift, if we try to endeavor to make the city of Los Angeles a walkable city, one where there's utility, interest, comfort, and safety, we will be in a place where you can celebrate space in any part of the city of Los Angeles. And we will tie it together with plans like this one before us. I can't tell you how excited I am about this moment in time for the city of Los Angeles. 20-year plans come and go, but there's very little to show for them. This gives us a moment for us to be able to reflect, and when it's time to make those difficult decisions, to integrate the solutions with our communities so that we don't make mistakes going forward. But it begins with this policy shift that's before us today. This is the thread that will weave all of Los Angeles together, both literally and figuratively, in our general plan, and I couldn't be more supportive of today, of its passage, and the due diligence on every single segment moving forward. The last point that I will remind all of us, and Mr. Buscaino mentioned it, the legislature is in special session this year, looking to potentially funding additional transportation projects in the state of California. We need to be in a better position. We need to have plans like this in place so that we're in the best possible position so that we can reap not just the benefit, but the dollars from Sacramento and potentially the federal government if they ever sort of get off the dime. Thank you, Mr. President. I urge an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've heard some of you talk a little bit about community input and community outreach. I was very fortunate that in 2007, I worked with an organization. I'm not sure if any of you are here from Pacoima Beautiful. And we delved into this whole concept on complete streets. And I was very fortunate that back then I hired a very smart and witty guy, Max Podemsky, who still works for the organization. And we wrote a grant together to the LA County Department of Public Health to talk about this concept of complete streets and what it means to the Northeast San Fernando Valley. And so we did our due diligence, I feel we did, in not only educating ourselves about what that concept meant, but to really make a promise for the Northeast Valley that people who have to walk to work, people who have to walk to school, people who have to ride their bikes to go wash dishes on, along Ventura Boulevard in Studio City and Sherman Oaks, have a way to do so. Because in some of our communities, we don't have walkable sidewalks. We don't have walkable cross streets. Those things never materialize in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. This plan ensures that communities like Sun Valley finally get their due process, and that we are able to put a plan together and hopefully attract those dollars to implement such a plan. I would hate to see another 20 years go by and there not be a plan and there not be the money to basically fulfill the promises to the Northeast San Fernando Valley. And so this plan is something that for the last 5 years, I did have the pleasure of working with some of our city planners who came out and held a number of meetings with our community, but also led by an amazing organization such as Pacoima Beautiful to ensure that people and communities of color understood what this meant and that they were represented every step of the way. So I concur, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. Bloomingfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong support of this plan. Colleagues, this is progress. It may not be perfect, and many folks have pointed out there's different issues here, but it's moving us in a direction that I think we all agree we need to move as a city. And it's an aspirational document. As far as the amendments go, I'm fine with some of the aspirational parts, like Mr. Rue's part, and I'm fine individually with all of the different amendments individually, but collectively, I think it changes the process, and we ought to send all of the individual amendments back to committee, and then we ought to move forward with this plan. Not that the individual amendments aren't important. I think we need to look at those, but I don't want the good to be the perfect to be the enemy of the good. And this is a good plan. It's moving us forward, and I urge an aye vote.
Okay, thank you. I believe every member has, up to this point, other than Mr. Krikorian and I, have spoken. So what I want to do hear me, don't panic. Before we go around to members that would like to speak again, I think that it would be important that I afford the community opportunity to weigh in. So I'm going to have up to 20 minutes of comments from the public, a minute each, starting with George Abrahams, Robert Pepe, Brother John Montgomery. Please come forward.
This plan is filled, is the microphone working? Okay, this plan is filled with half-baked ideas. For example, taking away up to 25% of the traffic lanes of a street for bicycles discriminates against the elderly and disabled who are unable to use bicycles and is a disproportionate benefit to the less than 1% of the population who favor bicycles. They fill up the council chambers at hearings, but then you rarely even see them in the bicycle lanes once they're installed. And when it's hot, cold, or raining, the bike lanes will be empty while the traffic is stalled in a reduced number of lanes. Another is trying to label the intentional imposition of traffic congestion as traffic calming features. And congestion calms traffic the same way that cholesterol calms the flow of blood through your arteries. And third is the economics. Studies have shown that traffic congestion reduces the competitiveness of workforce compared to other uncongested areas and will economically harm Los Angeles.
Okay, please come forward, identify yourself.
Council members, my name is Robert Pepe. I'm a homeowner at 3523 Crestmont Avenue in CD13, and I'm here to support the Mobility Plan 2035. I would like to thank Councilmember Huizar and Bonin for their leadership on the issue. I commend Honorable Councilmember Huizar, excellent amendment to the plan number 9D. I also urge you to deny Koretz's and Cedillo's cynical amendments 9A, B, C, and E. These amendments will gut the plan in their respective districts. Further, I urge Councilmember O'Farrell to follow Mr. Huizar's lead with a like amendment for our district CD13, and I would like to thank Councilmember O'Farrell for supporting the plan.
Yes, Brother Montgomery.
Good afternoon, Council President, councilmen and women. I've never spoken to the City Council before, and I'm the principal of Cathedral High School, about 7 minutes away from here, and I'm one of those Angelinos that does walk to work. I would like to speak in favor of this aspirational plan. However, I share my councilman's reservations from CD1. I am not aware of, and I attend a lot of community meetings, and I know it's very hard to get input, but I am not aware of a single meeting held in CD1 regarding this matter. And this is very important. Less than 2% of my students drive a car to school. For high school students, less than 2%. These are mostly poor people that take public transportation or they ride their bike. I've doubled the number of bicycle racks at my school to encourage that. But safety is important. But I share several of the council members' concerns regarding public input. I don't know if that was done effectively, but I do support the plan as amended by my councilman, CD1. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to call on Brian Dyer. Is it Valentina Bray Ali, Joseph Bray Ali, and Jeff Jackelberger? Please come forward.
It's your turn, sweetie. Okay, guys, go ahead. Go ahead, come on.
Welcome.
My name is Valentina. And my name is Scarlett. I would like bike lanes on Figueroa. And I would like safety on Figueroa, too.
Okay. Can I say thank you?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Joseph Bray Ali. Me and my daughter Valentina recently went on a trip to Washington, D.C., where we were able to ride on a bike lane in front of the White House to return to CD1, where we are seemingly incapable of putting one in front of the 99-cent store in front of on Figueroa Street. And I'd like to ask the council members trying to pick this plan apart what they feel is so important about waging a war against the future of this city. On York Boulevard in CD14, there's a well-known study about the road diet's impact on car crashes. And we hear all this, oh, the sky is falling, the world's falling apart, there's going to be congestion, it'll slow the emergency responders down. There was a 25% reduction in car crashes. So tell me what the impact of that is on our emergency and first responders. These bike lane designs have been vetted at national and in some cases international bodies that deal with these sorts of issues all the time. This plan itself has been vetted by the LAFD and the LAPD. This is a red herring argument. It's a cowardly argument. It's an argument in favor of a status quo that is not worth defending. And I'll tell you this, we're getting organized and we'll see you in 2017.
Good to see you.
Hi. I'm Jeff Jackelberger. I'm chair of the city's Bicycle Advisory Committee and urge you all to support this plan. And I'd like to call attention to the fact that it is a 20-year plan. In addition to being a bicyclist, I'm also a gay man, also about 1 or 2% of the population. 19 years ago, Congress voted overwhelmingly for the Defense of Marriage Act, signed enthusiastically by a Democratic president. We're now about 20 years later and a world removed from that. And so I'd urge you all, as you're voting, to think about what the world you want to be in 20 years is, not the world you live in today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so do I have Brian Dyer? Okay, then let's move on to Melanie Freeland. And is it Naomi Iwas? Well, I'll let you say it. And Kent Strumpel, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Melanie Freeland. I'm an architect at Gensler. I'm a bicyclist. I'm also a mother. I assume I'm a little more than the 1%. I want to thank Jose Huizar and Mike Bonin for their leadership on this issue and for all the effort into the 5 years that has gone into this plan. I just want to urge the council to vote for this plan for safety reasons. We are trying to adopt Vision Zero in this city, and just think to 10 years from now when you can honestly say to the people around you that you helped save lives in LA. Hundreds of lives are lost on the city of LA in traffic-related incidents, and this plan helps to go to stop that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Naomi Iwasaki. I'm a policy analyst with Community Health Councils in South Los Angeles, and I'm here to support the adoption of the Mobility Plan 2035. We see the plan as a necessary step for Los Angeles to join other great cities across the country in recognizing the importance of a diverse, multimodal transportation system that serves all types of travelers. It has become painfully clear that our city cannot continue to focus our vision and investments for the future on private automobiles alone. Our traffic congestion, air quality, and landscape of parking lots have become the mocked reputation of our city that is truly so much more. This plan addresses the need to ensure that all Angelenos have safe, affordable, and convenient options for travel because not every trip requires a single occupied vehicle. Further, the plan recognizes the needs of the communities and households where driving is not an option and brings safety and dignity to those experiences. We want to thank Councilmember Harris Dawson for his leadership on highlighting the importance of equity in the plan's implementation and encourage the council to support and adopt the plan today. Thank you.
Thank you. And if this is Mr. Strumpel, after him I want Luke Clip, I think it is, and Ruben Gonzalez, if Ruben is here. If not, a Deborah Murphy. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Kent Strumpel. Thank you very much. There's been a lot of discussion, rightfully, about emergency response times and how the roadways that we're envisioning with this new plan might possibly slow these down. I think this does need to be looked at very carefully, but I think we also need to bear in mind that not every emergency in a given area will need to use one of these modified roadways. Not every emergency on one of these rebalanced roads will be slowed down by the new design, and not every emergency response that might be slowed down by road conditions will result in a negative outcome. So yes, seconds count in rare situations, but the enhanced safety we're trying to create with the inclusive roadways envisioned in this plan will be a constant, tangible benefit that will result in preventing emergencies, fewer emergencies. So yes, let's analyze them, but let's balance that.
Thank you. Okay, please come forward and identify yourself.
Good day, council members. I'm Deborah Murphy. I'm the founder and executive director of Los Angeles Walks and the chair for the last 17 years of the city's Pedestrian Advisory Committee. I support the plan as proposed. As Secretary Anthony Fox stated recently, our streets are a reflection of who we are. Are we a city who cares about the safety and the lives of our kids, our seniors, the disabled, everyone who walks, bikes, drives a car, rides public transportation in our city? Where we design streets that consider all users and put safety first, and that we strongly support Vision Zero to reduce traffic fatalities by 2025. Since pedestrians and cyclists make up 39% of those fatalities in our city, we really need to do something about it. LA Walks is thrilled to support the Mobility Plan 2035 because it puts safety first. We enthusiastically support the adoption of the plan as proposed by the City Planning Department and LA DOT and the Planning Commission and council members Bonin and Huizar for their strong leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So do I have Luke Clip? If not, if I could have Harvey Slater, Amy Weiss, Jonathan Weiss. Please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Harvey Slater. I'm a lifelong resident of Los Angeles. I live in Highland Park. I own a home there. I'm also a business owner. I also serve as first vice president of the Highland Park Neighborhood Council. When I was a kid, I used to ride my bicycle from the valley to Topanga Beach with a boogie board strapped to my back. All my life, I've dreamed of being able to get out of my car in Los Angeles, and I did so 2 years ago. Today, I commuted from Highland Park to Beverly Hills for a meeting. I came back here. After this meeting, I go back to West LA and then back to Highland Park. I'm telling you this because my chances of death or injury should not increase just because I move from one council district to another. This is a regional plan. It needs to go forward as a regional plan. And when you're thinking about all of this and making a decision, think about a red line that doesn't stop at Hollywood Bowl. Think about a green line that doesn't go to LAX. And think about the fact that most Angelenos lead regional lives, and that's why we have a regional transportation plan. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I could have the Weiss family followed by Eric Burns.
Thank you, Mr. President and council members. My name is Amy. I'm a resident of Council District 5. I'm not going to make animal sounds, ring a bell, yell, rant, or use foul language today. I am politely urging you to support the mobility plan that is before you today. The plan was developed by experts as a complete plan and should be kept as is. Please make my city safe and accessible for all. Thank you for your time.
And know this, even if you did ring a cowbell and you snorted, as long as you stayed on the subject, you'd be afforded your opportunity to speak. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I am Jonathan Weiss. I'm the CD5 appointee to the Bike Advisory Committee. You heard from our president a moment ago. Planning and LADOT are who this City Council relies on for expertise, and they have put together a wonderful plan. It's a plan that will allow for more community input, but I want to speak specifically to Westwood Boulevard. On the BAC, we had a number of Brown Act meetings. I went to my neighborhood council. There were Brown Act meetings on that as well. The community has spoken, and it's, Mr. Cedillo, it's not 1% of us showing up as cyclists. My wife goes to the market on a bike when she feels safe. This is about the 60% of people who are what are called interested but concerned. 60% of people. And in a city like this, I would venture to say there are more. And I thank the council members who have had the courage to come forward with this wonderful plan, and I urge you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So is this Mr. Bruins? Bruins?
Yes, this is.
Followed by Roxanne Stern. And is it Alan Rifkin or Alan Rifkin? Yes, sir.
Great. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Eric Bruins. I'm the Planning and Policy Director for the Los Angeles County Bicycle Coalition. I'm also a CD5 resident. This plan is for safer streets, is for healthier communities, and is for cleaner air for all Angelenos. We need to, the mode shifts that we're able to get, it may be 1 or 2% on the margins, but that's how we unlock these incredible benefits for the entire city. And we can't achieve these citywide benefits if we have a yes, but not here attitude. We need to look at this as a citywide plan, and we need to make sure that these networks function for all trips that we are trying to serve. We also agree with some of the concerns about community outreach, and we'd like to work with you and the planning departments to address these and get our outreach into more languages. We're actively building the partnerships to do that in our communities, and we share those goals. But it would be inappropriate to make wholesale changes to the plan at this point that have had no outreach done instead of as we are faulting the plan that's here before you for having inadequate outreach. And I'll close with just a few excerpts from this morning's editorial in the LA Times. I guess I won't. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I love that. Okay. Please come forward and state your name.
Roxanne Stern, and I live in Council District 5. And Councilman Corres, I implore you to support this mobility plan, especially on Westwood Boulevard. There are really no other alternatives. Westwood Boulevard is the gateway to UCLA, a place of education and enlightenment, and we ought to make it as easy as possible to get there. Let's not forget that there's going to be a subway stop at Westwood and Wilshire, and we need to get that straight through. And I ask that you all endorse this plan. And you don't know if it will work or not until you try it. And I think you will find it will work, and all these concerns will disappear. We need to improve the quality of life for all residents, and it would be just terrific if you all supported it as is. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Identify yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Alan Rifkin. I represent EcoRapid Transit, a joint powers authority of 13 cities that are trying to get a rail project built from the gateway cities into Union Station and serving Council District 14. We support the plan. It's supportive of all the goals and visions that we have for Eco Rapid. It's just that the plan forgot to mention Eco Rapid, the west side, the Pacific Electric Railway, and the opportunity to build it. It's a Measure R project. We have money allocated in Measure R, and we're working with city staffs to refine the alignment and develop economic opportunities for both the city and the corridor. And we would welcome the city joining with Eco Rapid at its earliest opportunity. Another chance to get transportation funding for Los Angeles. Please amend it to include Eco Rapid Transit. Thank you.
Okay, D. Michael Carson, Fernando from the Natural Resources Defense Fund come forward. And it looks like a Hillary Norton. Yes, sir.
Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity to address the council. My name is D. Malcolm Carson. I'm the General Counsel and Policy Director for Environmental Health at Community Health Councils, and I'm here to strongly support Mobility Plan 2035. We're coming at it from the point of view we're a health-oriented organization, and we see this plan as an excellent opportunity to increase the health and well-being of the community, both in terms of combating the obesity and chronic disease crisis, as well as increase the physical safety of people on the streets of our city. There's some important stuff in there about database prioritization, dealing with equity, dealing with the concerns of Councilmember Harris Dawson on equity. We want to make sure that data is a big part of how those decisions are made. Mostly, we want to see that roads are safe for all users. And lastly, just please implement this plan. It's only as good as it is on paper, but implementing it is where the rubber really hits the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Norton.
Hello. Thank you very much, council members. And I thank Councilmember Bonin and my Councilmember Weezer, for his leadership on this plan. As an Eagle Rock resident, it is wonderful to live on a complete street where we can be drivers and cyclists and pedestrians, and it enhances the experience of our communities. We thank you for 5 years, as all of us around here have been part of this 5-year effort. I wanted to also recognize people who couldn't stay for this, but wanted to also voice their support. BizFed, LA Chamber, VICA, the Valley Economic Alliance, CCA, the LA Coalition for Jobs and the Economy, and NRDC. They were all here and stayed for hours to testify, but could not make it. The whole point of this wonderful plan is to have all of these networks work together. Intermobility is what is going to carry us into the next 20 years, and that is so that we can leave our houses in one mode, we can walk, we can train, we can do all of these things together. That is the point. And so thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. So, Fernando Cazares. Okay, thank you. What about Jeff Rayburn? Come on, Jeff. You are it. You are the last man. The last man to speak, and it is good to see you.
It's good to see you, President Herb Wesson. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Jeff Rabin. I was a Los Angeles Times transportation reporter for 20 years. I got a master's degree 4 years ago from UCLA in transportation and urban planning. I am here to encourage this council to keep the Westwood Boulevard bike lanes in the proposed mobility plan. Thousands of UCLA students, faculty, staff, and visitors ride their bikes to the campus every day. In a few months, the Exposition Light Rail Line will open to Santa Monica. One of its stations is at Westwood Boulevard and Exposition, the gateway to the UCLA campus.
Finish your thought.
How can those students, how can those staff members, how can those visitors and faculty ride safely from the Expo Light
Thank
Rail.
you. I just wanted to see where you were going. I got it. Thank you. Okay. And I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time out to come and let us know how you feel. And I also want to give a thank you or a shout out to the individuals that came but had to leave earlier. Before I call on the few speakers to wrap this up, Mr. Weezer, Mr. Bonin, stop me if I'm wrong. This is not the end. I mean, this is an idea. This is a concept. The conversations with the community, I mean, they've only begun. So, I mean, when you vote on this today, if you choose to vote on this today, it will not be put in place tomorrow. This conversation, this very needed conversation will take place. And what I want to urge the community to continue to be involved and recognize that every member seated around this horseshoe, those that support what you want or those that don't, have one thing in common with all of us, which is to try to make this city the best city that it could be. So we welcome this conversation, and let's have what's the best way to describe a civil conversation going forward. I understand the emotions, and I respect that tremendously, but all of us should be excited about this conversation where it relates to the future. And I don't believe that anything that we do today is just going to be etched in stone, that can't be altered or could not be changed or could not be revised. So with that say, I also say to the members, this vote is not the vote. This vote is really the beginning of a conversation. So I personally will support this concept, and I would hope that enough members of this council feel the same. So with that said, I'm going to go to Mr. Koretz. Then I'm going to go to Mr. Cedillo, and I'm going to hopefully end this with Mr. Weezer and Bonin. So go ahead, Mr. Koretz.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I understand in a way it's just a concept, although I'm not as optimistic that it's easy to change. And as an aspirational document, I aspire to get Westwood off this list, and I'm hoping not to have to spend the next 7 years trying to figure every angle to succeed in that aspiration. Now, I do have a question for the planning department about how this process will work moving forward if we decide to pass what we've done and then attempt to amend that. So I wonder if we could ask a member of the planning department or members to come forward.
Please come forward.
And explain how difficult or easy it will be to change this as opposed to making some modest amendments now. Do we have to amend the general plan? What's the process? What are all the steps if we take that step?
Thank you, Councilmember Koretz. Ken Bernstein with the Planning Department. I'm joined by Claire Bowen. The process to make changes would be an amendment to the plan. We would be directed to report back. It sounds like we would be reporting back to both the Plum Committee and T Committee on the package of changes to move forward. Those proposed amendments would go to the City Planning Commission and then come back through the City Council process, again, potentially Plum or to both committees before coming back to City Council.
What do you think the timeline is to go through that entire process?
Well, I think it may depend on which changes are being considered, whether there are just some individual segments or several of the changes that are being considered today. We would report back as soon as September, as was indicated in some of the motions, with a timeline and a process for bringing those amendments back to Commission and Council.
Now, I have two proposed amendments, one of which leaves Westwood in the plan but calls out the ability to change that based on community input and further study. Is there anything that would require us to do anything else if we pass that amendment? Would it have to go back to any committees, or could it just pass with the rest of it?
I mean, you could consider it today, and you could pass it as part of today. No additional analysis is required. We also could consider it potentially back in committee, because again, I don't think it's a fundamental shift to the policies are already in the plan. So I don't really think that would require going back to Planning Commission. So the committee could act on it and then bring it back to full council in the fall.
Thank you. And members, I would like to ask that we vote on Amendment 8A, and would it not pass, I'd like to ask that we hear Amendment B in committee.
Okay, Mr. Saddia. Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Saddia.
Yes, I had basically the same question. So you talked about change within this month. What if next year somebody wanted to change the plan? What's involved in that? What's the vote threshold? What are the notice requirements? What are the quorum requirements? What are the cost requirements? And then what's that process again that you walked us through, this amendment to the plan, City Planning Commission, to Plum, to Council? See, because I really want to vote for this. I got up this morning, walked into this building to come and vote for this. But it's only after the discussions, the reticence that I see for our amendments. And it was that reticence that has moved me to question this, because I'm concerned that this is going to be an aspirational document like our Constitution. It's an aspirational document. But try to make a change to the U.S. Constitution, and it's a little difficult. And so those are my concerns. I know that those who are in favor of the mobility plan will embrace it and say, look, it's in the mobility plan. I've heard that for 2 years. It's in the bicycle plan. We have to do this. And so I know this to be the experience of what has taken place. And so I want us to be sure that when we're voting, is this in stone? And so if you could walk us through, I'm a resident of the city of Los Angeles. I come forward. There's been changes that are a result of this mobility plan, and I want to make a change. What's the process for that?
Thank you, Council Member. There's not a process for an individual community member to make a change to a general plan element. However, they would approach their council office. Those changes could be initiated by council motion. They could also be initiated by the Director of Planning. There is no fee associated with that, but there may be additional analysis and staff work that would be necessary, potentially additional work done to supplement or provide an addendum to our environmental analysis, and then we would bring it back through the process we described through Planning Commission and Council.
Claire Bowen, City Planning. I think it's also, though, just worth noting that in some of the motions that you're recommending are very much just kind of policy text changes that are very much aligned with the plan the way it's written today. So again, I think we'd have the opportunity in September to be able to potentially consider those as text amendments to the plan, and then be able to consider those in committee and bring it right to council, and not have to go back to Planning Commission for those that are.
I know specifically we do. So you answered my general question. My specific question, though, and similar to Mr. Koretz, the text proposals that we've offered, those can be addressed in committee and then brought back to.
That's correct. Right. It's the things that start to deal with the networks that would require additional probably environmental analysis, and then require going back to Planning Commission, and then bring that forward, then back to committee, and then on to council.
Will Mr. Koretz have to go back to environmental review and to other committees?
For changing Westwood Boulevard?
Correct.
We would need to take a look at it. We would need to consult with our environmental consultants and the city attorneys, because he only has the one specific segment. It might require less of an environmental analysis than the broader range of changes that you're asking for on the networks.
What about our proposals, the requests that we're making?
So the network changes you're requiring, because again, it's much broader than just the one on Westwood Boulevard. We would not want to consult with our team, but we certainly feel that it would require some additional environmental analysis. Again, the policy text changes we don't think would require additional change.
So then, for us to have the changes that that I've heard my district say that they're interested in. My district, people who live there, for those that I've heard them say that they want, those then will require more environmental review, or we don't know.
I anticipate those would require more environmental review. Yes, but I think that the text changes you're suggesting, I think, help address some of the concerns you have, because they speak to some of the flexibility and the way that we imagine that these network segments will be built out in a very iterative way, and again would allow for lots of conversation with your community. So if we didn't actually make the specific changes you're asking for the network, there will be ample opportunity at a community discussions to address some of those concerns.
You good?
Time, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. Huizar.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, should this pass today...
Wait, no. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. Oh, no, continue.
Well, no, so I appreciate that. Then again, as I said, I came into this building to vote for this mobility plan. I truly want to. I share the aspirations. I share the broader vision in its entirety. And so I want to be a member of this 15-member body that supports this broader view. But the reality is that I'm a representative of a specific district, and I have a responsibility to the entirety of that district, not simply those who have an interest that drives their agenda, but to the entirety of the district. I have this responsibility. There's no waiver, there's no break in this. And so the amendments I brought as a representative of that district, for me, have to be part of this mobility plan. And so I want them to be part of them. I'm asking for them to be voted upon so that then I could vote for this plan. This is my simple request, Mr. President, that those concerns that have been raised to me, we've had public hearings that had more people, percentage-wise, than the entirety of those who participated in the mobility plan. And in that, there was not a consensus for this plan, and so the amendments we're making address the concerns that were raised in those meetings. And so I'm simply asking, as a person representing my district, that those concerns, that I move them forward, and that they have the deference and respect that I would offer and give to anybody else on this floor with respect to concerns that they raise for their district. I have full deference for every member on this floor. If they raise a concern for their district, I have full deference for that. I simply ask for reciprocity on that matter.
Thank you. Mr. Huizar.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, I want to just start off by saying how transformative this plan is in terms of its thinking, its principles, and forward-looking. This, along with the health component of the general plan that we adopted a year ago, is putting Los Angeles in a new direction in terms of how we think about our public spaces and in terms of how we're going to plan for the city in the future. The health plan, in fact, is going to ask us for the very first time, what is anything we do when we change land use patterns or think about planning affecting the population's health, something that had never been done before. And here, we're rethinking about our public spaces and how do we maximize our public spaces with respect to transportation and make it available for everyone. So those people who want to choose to travel a different way, they can do so. Those people who can't afford to choose ride a car this time nowadays, they have other alternatives, and we're investing in that. But I do want to emphasize one thing, which is what this conversation has been based upon today, and that is we're going to have an opportunity to come back for each public project. We may not vote on it, but council members are given the opportunity, if we change something in their district, and the public, to have community input in specific projects. So we will have those opportunities again. And again, I think the issues that have been raised by Councilmember Ryu, Harris Dawson, with respect to equity and public input, and others who've raised those issues as well, specific projects will have those opportunities. This overall plan, however, in making those a priority in how we're moving forward this plan is important to state. And so I support Ryu's bringing that up, and also Councilmember Harris Dawson and others who have brought those up. And finally, on the concept of complete streets and road diets, there's just one of many other issues in this plan, but I just wanted to raise those issues since they were brought up earlier. In streets such as Broadway, York, and Colorado, where we've had road diets, I mean, the benefits have been tremendous. Small businesses are improving because now people are slowing down in their rush, and they're saying, hey, I didn't know there was a pie shop there. I didn't know there was a restaurant there, and people are noticing now those restaurants and those businesses where people are just rushed to them before. It's building neighborhoods when there's more eyes and ears on the street, and it's helping public safety. It's improving pedestrian safety. I mean, I've seen firsthand the benefits of road diets and thinking about complete streets on those streets we have done them in Council District 14. So to see these across the city in our transportation element, in our mobility element, is I think going to benefit the city as a whole. So I think this is the time to move forward. I ask that we adopt the plan as is. We will hear those amendments as soon as possible in a joint committee. And I also, there also is a motion submitted by Mr. Price that is not asking for an amendment, but asking us to hear that. So we will hear that as soon as possible as well, along with the amendments, should we move in that direction. Again, thanks to the Planning Department and to the Department of Transportation. This is not easy work, from even functioning and getting a document to get here together, but the thinking that went along with this, looking across the country as to what is working and not working, you should be commended for that. And again, thank you, Mr. Bonin, for your leadership and being a complete streets advocate and being a forward-thinking in terms of what we're doing in this city with transportation. Thank you.
Mr. Bonin to close.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my partner in progress over there, Mr. Huizar. Colleagues, the last time I think we were here at 2 p.m. was in the fall of 2013 when we were having a robust and lengthy discussion about Uber and Lyft and who should regulate it. I was blamed that day for wearing a necktie for us going so long, and I haven't worn one since. I think it's actually transportation that leads to the lengthy conversations. Colleagues, this item here is about choice. As we close this, let me frame this as being a conversation about choice. Mr. Buscaino talked about how he tried to get to work car-free one day, and it took him 2.5 hours. I can get to work car-free, and sometimes it can take me as little as an hour, because I live right next to a rapid bus stop. I can also walk to my supermarket because I have wide sidewalks. And I picked the place I live because of those two things. I wanted a livable neighborhood, and I wanted access to mass transit. And so many people in Los Angeles do. And they deserve the same option, to have that kind of access to safe streets and to different modes of transportation, so they do not feel like they are being forced into a car. There's been a lot of talk about specific projects, and I understand that there's specific projects in here that have a lot of concern for folks. Again, this is about choice. Each community and each council member will have an opportunity to help choose whether or when to go forward with any of these projects. This plan is called Mobility 2035. There are projects in here that may come up for consideration in a year or two. There are projects in here that may not come up for consideration until 2025 or 2030. Who should be able to choose whether or not we do those projects? Those of us who are here now, or those of us who are in office then? Those of us who live in those communities now, or those of us living in those communities then? When this item came before the joint committees, we built in that the council offices, and not just the mayor's office, would be the point of contact with the various city departments, so that we can guarantee that there is more robust community input for each particular project. Because the safeguard, the guardians of community input in city government really are the council offices. And so we built that protection in because it's important for us to do. It's sort of baked in. There's some talk about the transition to going from just a car city to a different type of city with multiple choices. The transition, I don't think, is actually going to be that hard. I actually think the transition is actually happening. We're seeing folks under the age of 35 throughout the city who prefer to go car-free or car-light. They're moving downtown Los Angeles because they have that option. We have a rapidly aging population in the city of Los Angeles, baby boomers who are becoming seniors, who want to have neighborhoods that they can live and walk in for when they no longer feel comfortable driving. And we need to create those safe neighborhoods for them. We have new transit lines in Los Angeles that are exploding with ridership and use. The Expo line, for instance, in Phase 1 is already exceeding the expectations of the full line all the way to Culver City. People are hungry for choice. So I don't think the transition will be that difficult. I think what's difficult is holding back the transition. Holding back the transition is a senior citizen who feels homebound because there's not a place that she can feel safe walking to. Holding back the transition is a kid whose parent has to give them a ride to school because there's not a safe path for them to walk to school, even though they both would prefer that. We can do better than that, and we can provide choice. And we all deserve to have that choice, everybody in all parts of the city. So Mr. Huizar and I have been talking about how best to proceed, and Mr. Ryu made a motion 8G, which he amended verbally to make sure that we put a priority on community input and public safety of all sorts, for pedestrians, for emergency vehicles, for cyclists, for motorists, a priority in consideration of projects, just as Mr. Harris Dawson did with social equity issues when this was in committee. And Mr. Huizar and I are perfectly happy to accept that as a friendly amendment and take all the other amendments and put them into committee, a joint committee meeting of Plum and of Transportation, and give them consideration, robust consideration, soon, starting in September. So I would move that we accept the joint reports from Planning and Transportation amended with 8G as verbally amended, and ask to send to committee 8A through F for prompt consideration in September. Did I state that properly?
Just for the record, you would refer it to the Planning, Land Use Management, and Transportation Committee.
Yes.
Okay. We have a second. Mr. Cedillo.
I wanted to add my motion 8C. We've been working with the Planning Committee, and I'd like to offer that also as a friendly amendment.
Mr. Huizar and I would refer that to committee. We recommend.
Okay, so what is before us, Madam Clerk, so we're clear?
So before council right now is motion Bonin Huizar to approve the joint Planning, Land Use Management, and Transportation Committee's report as amended by motion 8G as amended, and to refer amending motions 8A through F to the Planning, Land Use Management, and Transportation Committees.
So which vote is the first vote, or can this be done in one?
It's just one vote, Mr. President.
Okay, so with Mr. Koretz.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask that 8A be voted on separately today.
Well, I think what we're going to do is we're going to vote on the motion made by Mr. Bonin.
Excuse me, Mr. President, is there a second to Mr. Koretz's motion?
Okay, well, now we have so does that mean we vote on that first? Or do we? Okay. So, when Mr. Go ahead.
I guess my motion isn't my motion, it's a motion to bifurcate 8A from the rest of that.
Well, without objection, can we just give him this vote separately? That would be the first vote. Okay, so without objection, that'll be the order. And again, that's the first vote that we would vote on. So on this vote, Mr. Koretz would be asking for an aye vote. Mr. Koretz, Mr. Cedillo, and Mr. Bonin and Mr. Huizar would be asking for a no vote, correct?
And Mr. President, just for clarification, right now, Council, since you accepted Mr. Koretz's motion to divide the question without objection, right now before Council is actually motion 8A.
Okay, so again, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Bonin are asking for a no vote. Mr. Koretz and Mr. Cedillo are asking for an aye vote. Correct? Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
3 ayes, 11 noes.
Okay, now what is before this body?
Before council at this moment is the Bond and Weezer motion to approve the Joint Planning, Land Use Management, and Transportation Committee report as amended by motion 8G as amended, and to refer motions 8A through F to the Planning, Land Use Management, and Transportation Committees.
Okay, so on that, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Englander.
All right, I believe that takes us to general public comment. Is that correct? Yes, Mr. Blumenfield.
We, on item 18, we continued it because we were, City Attorney and I were going through some things, but we're actually ready. I would ask that we reconsider item 18 and that we receive and file that item.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open the roll for reconsideration on item 18. Council members, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, so that item is now before us. Did you wish to speak on that item as well, or you're good to go?
Receive and file.
Any other questions? It's a request to receive and file on item 18 before us now. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
As approved. Okay, thank you so much. Now we have general public comment. All right, Terry Reed. Is Terry Reed still here? Joe Martinez? Or Jose, I'm sorry, Jose Martinez? No longer here? Donna? Yes, ma'am.
I know I'm strongly against the mobility plan. Anyway, I warn you, Obama's health care is so high that it was taken away. The seniors' money saved for beneficiaries or children inheritance that hard-earned money to doctors. That's not right. The Democrat Party is not the same party it once was. It's not for American blacks, families, youth, elderly, lower middle class, or for new homeowners, or for Israel. It's for Iran. We gained nothing in the U.S.-Iran plan, not even the 4 hostages. Iran got everything. Be ready for Iran. Iran will be able to produce nuclear weapons at will and without delay. IAEA charges that Iran stonewalling on 11 to 12 issues. There's no way that sanctions will be reimposed once they've been lifted on a once they've been lifted. That doesn't anyway. I'm against Obama and Hillary.
Mr. Curtis Willis? Come on up, sir. Take your time.
I have 2 minutes, correct?
1 minute for general public comment, sir.
I thought it was 2 minutes for public.
It's 1 minute for general public comment, sir.
Oh, Jesus. I'm going to have to. Well, wait just a second. I'm not. All right, my name is Curtis Willis. My birth date is today, August 11th, and I'm 66 years old. I'm here on behalf of disabled seniors who have been unfairly denied access mobile transit. I was there June 30th. I was not given a fair, accurate assessment, and I'm here for seniors who will be 20% of the population. By 2035, we will be 8.5 million strong. Everybody, there are 15 or 20 people in each district who are legally disabled and who are being denied by Access Mobile Transit, who is federally funded. Please investigate Access Mobile Transit. Their address is 528 Mateo Street, LA 90013, 800-827-0829, 626-5321. And I ask Jose Huizar to investigate. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Stephen Garr.
I come here once in a while. I was in the past an employee of building and safety. I believe I was treated unfairly. I was experiencing headaches, went to my doctor at the time. Blood pressure was left untreated. I yelled out one day when the supervisor was making racial comments. The chief termed me argumentative. 5 years and 4 promotions, can't fill out a route sheet. Not willing to rehire. At-will employee. In '99, I spoke to AGM Tom Coltis. He stated, the record says, willing to rehire. 97, it was changed at council orders. I resigned my job in Florida, scored a 90. And the reason I wasn't hired, I didn't have recent experience. My Tom Coltis, AGM, don't take this personally, Steve. We know you knew and did your job. This is 100% political. Bob McCready was assigned to investigate.
Yeah, thank you. It's a 1 minute for general public comment.
That's it?
Yeah. Thank you very much. George Abrahams.
Yeah, I'm opposed to O'Farrell's motion to lower the street classification of Gower, Franklin, and Wilcox in Hollywood. These streets are a necessary emergency egress for hillside residents of CD4. I was in the 61 Hollywood Hills fire, and like all our neighbors, we had our cars loaded up with everything we owned, ready to leave as the fire approached our homes. I know how the sense of fear that having a restricted way out could lead to panic if there is a congestion at the single exit point, Beecher Drive, where it connects to Gower. And I was very offended by the fact that O'Farrell chose not to have our council person, David Rue, to be the seconder. He chose someone way off somewhere else, and I hope that in the future that in any street issue in Hollywood that O'Farrell will include our council person as a full partner in any decision made regarding Hollywood streets.
Thank you very much. Omar Baldwin.
Hello, City Council. My name is Omar Baldwin. I'm the founder for Peace Please Incorporated. I just made it back from a successful business venture in Sacramento. We're expanding for peace. We have a peace plan. We have ways to achieve peace. But why we went to Sacramento is for a survey project. We're going to survey each community that we go to and we venture to. And we're going to get the definitions of peace from their citizens, and we're going to have it possible for the citizens to rank their city, you know, with a star level 1 through 5. And this data that we're going to be we'll put into a database online, and soon, you know, businesses and how homeowners and people, investors, they're going to want to come to a peaceful city and a peaceful neighborhood, and we'll give them that opportunity, you know, to view which neighborhood is more peaceful. Because I was in Sacramento, and I asked this woman, how peaceful is your neighborhood? She said, I think about a 3.5.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Brian Barajas.
Okay, so there is evidence a former lieutenant general that was operating with the Obama administration at the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. What he came out is that Obama willfully, and this is documented, supported the rise of Islamic State. This person, Michael Flynn, has revealed that evidence. He has also revealed that the way you deal with the Middle East and towards world peace, you got to build desalination and nuclear power, something that Lyndon LaRouche has been promoting for a very long time. Now, this evidence should prove one thing only, that the people of the United States have a real bastard called Obama who must be impeached.
Henry? Come on up.
You can pay attention. The word for the day is snafu, situation normal, administratively filed up. And as you know, construction and housing authorities operating stupidly created chaos. Consequently, the politicians in California are no longer allowed to obtain state and federal funds to provide construction and renovation projects in the state of California. Consequently, you got a whole lot of homeless people. And y'all ain't doing shit for it because y'all can't be trusted to recover and reinvest the money that y'all sheltered from the pay of public employees in the first place. Now, I don't mind y'all ignoring me, but y'all been ignoring President Obama. He said, we got the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. That means you're going to account for the goddamn money we loaned you in the first place, and you'll make sure we get to the right place in the second place, and y'all full of shit.
John? John?
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighland.org. For the record, 80% of everybody who takes the public transit is a minority, unlike any other city in America. Mr. Bonin says the ridership is up on rail. I just put the MTA's own figures down this month by 250,000 boardings. It's on my website. It's on my Twitter account. Okay, Bernie, we were out there. There was a lot more than they said. There was about 40,000 of us. We were mostly white, but we were also of all different age groups. It's not just a bunch of old guys for Bernie. Ezell Ford, I just want to congratulate the people who took over the police commission meeting today. They kicked all the white cops' white ass, racist Beck's white ass out of the meeting, and they did a fantastic job protesting the cold-blooded murder of Ezell Ford.
Ms. Ramirez?
Thank you. Please recall and send the un-American Governor Jerry Brown and his family to Guantanamo Bay for high treason and high crimes against American citizens. Second of all, please deny all funding to Los Angeles until all the fraud, corruption, collusion, and misappropriation of funds stop. The city of LA is too busy pandering and subsidizing all these corriente, jealous, uncivilized, nasty, vicious, filthy, racist, hate-mongering, wetbacks, thieves, and demented and evil homicidal Chango Latino gangbangers. Ladies and gentlemen, the government, the United States government and the city is illegally bringing these undesirables to the USA to act as foot patrol soldiers and gang stalk legal law-abiding citizens. They use them as their patsies to harass, invade your privacy, mob lynch, torture, and assault us 24 hours a day. They are also used to illegally vote for an incumbent. Please Google search retired ex-FBI agent Ted Gunderson on YouTube, Ted Gunderson. And again, in addition, they also use African Americans, Africans, and Jamaicans and Haitians.
Much. Thank you very much. Mr. Previn? No longer here. Mr. Spindler?
The unjustified kicking out of Mr. Herman, it must stop. He had a cowbell, and the council president said a man is allowed to have a cowbell as long as he's on the subject. Because it accidentally rang, he gets thrown out, and Mr. Herman wasn't allowed to stay and talk. But now we get to the big sellout today. The man and his car will not be able to move anymore. Everybody will have to drive 5 miles an hour to get past all the cone zones and all of these bike lanes. And today we were sold out by David. Woo! That's too bad. We stopped Carolyn Ramsey from being elected because we wanted Rue to support the majority. Thanks to Koretz, though, for trying.
That concludes general public comment. Having no other cards, council has items for posting and referral. We'll go ahead and post and refer those as well. Announcements, colleagues. The Entertainment and Facilities Committee will start at 2:45, as will the Planning and Land Use Committee. That will also start at 2:45 today. And so, well noted. Any other announcements?
Yes.
Joe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, Thursday, License to Operate, documentary on gang intervention workers will be held across the street at Grand Park on Thursday. It's free to the public, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Everyone's welcome. We hope it's going to be an incredible documentary. We invite everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other announcements, colleagues? Seeing none, do we have any adjourning motions? Looking to my left, we do. And so if we can have everybody in council chambers, please rise as we adjourn. For those who have passed, if we can have everybody respectfully, if you're able, to please rise, and we'll turn it over to Councilmember Felipe Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maria Hernandez de Mora was born on October 8, 1952 in Mexico City. She moved to Pacoima in the mid-'80s, and she was a founding member of Madres Unidas de Esperanza, a group of interested mothers, advocates that lived in the San Fernando Gardens, a housing development in my district. The members encouraged the children of the community to attend school and to continue their education. Today, that organization is incredibly strong because of the foundation that Ms. Hernandez de Mora helped set. Her work in the community continued after she activated that group. She was an active volunteer in Pacoima Charter School's LA Best programs, after-school programs. She dedicated her life to volunteerism and helping others. There weren't many community cleanups that she would miss, especially those that would address some of the issues at the San Fernando Gardens where she lived. Everyone there admired her. We're going to miss her and her commitment to the quality of life and improving our neighborhoods and certainly her community. She is survived by her husband, Jose, her daughter, Luz Maria, and their son, Martin, and we ask that we adjourn today's council in her memory.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, colleagues. Saddened to announce the passing of Ismael Mayo de la Rocha, who left us last week on Monday. He was a beloved professor at Ventura Community College for over 4 decades and a community leader. He was born in Mexico in 1949 and came to the United States 7 years later. He grew up in East Los Angeles and graduated from Roosevelt High School and received 2 degrees from UC Santa Barbara. Mayo was a pivotal part in social change, such as the Chicano moratorium with the United Farm Workers establishing MECA. He volunteered for the Los Amigos del Pueblo, Latinos for a Better Government, the Ventura College Foundation Scholarship Committee. He also participated in the California Association of Chicano Athletes. He taught at various educational institutions such as UCSB, CSUN, Cal Lutheran, Cal State Channel Islands, and was the Dean of Development Chair of the Social Sciences and Humanities Department at Ventura College. He is survived by his loving wife of 41 years, Gloria, his 2 sons, Albert and Michael de la Rocha, who we worked hand in hand on the gang intervention prevention issue across the city. His daughters-in-law, Claudia, Quinby, his grandchild, Mayela, Gabriel, Mio, and Mateo, Father Alberto, and brothers Raul, Albert, David, and Sister Maria. Services will be at Sacred Heart Church at 9:45 a.m. in Ventura, will be followed by a celebration at Ventura Community College. In lieu of flowers, donations should be made to Professor Ismael Mayo de la Rocha Memorial Scholarship, care of the Ventura College Foundation in Ventura. May he rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May you rest in peace. Seeing no other, one more adjourning motion, I'm sorry. Mr. Kokorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the USC Trojan family lost one of its brightest stars with the passing of Frank Gifford on Sunday at the age of 84. Frank Gifford was born here in the LA area, grew up essentially homeless. It's an amazing story of persistence. He moved 47 times before he got to high school. And his dad was an employee in the oil patch and eventually found a home in Bakersfield where Frank started his football career. He was 5'2" when he started playing football at Bakersfield High. He was cut from the football team, eventually made his way back, was demoted from varsity to JV, but then found his way to USC, where he was a star, a nationally recognized star. As a senior, Frank Gifford was named a first-team All-American, and that year he scored 7 touchdowns, ran for 841 yards, completed 32 of 61 passes, caught 11 passes, intercepted 3 passes, and kicked 26 extra points and 2 field goals. The man could do it all. He went on, of course, to play for the New York Giants, where he was one of the NFL's greatest stars. In 12 seasons, he was All-Pro 6 times, made the Pro Bowl 8 times at 3 different positions on offense and defense, and then was elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 1977. Of course, then he went on to probably his career of greatest prominence as one of the great voices of ABC Sports and Monday Night Football, Wide World of Sports, the Olympics, and so many other great contributions to our national culture around professional sports. In 1986, he married Kathy Lee Gifford. He's survived by his wife of nearly 30 years, their 2 children and 3 additional children from a previous marriage. May Frank Gifford rest in peace.
Oh, thank you. And with that, that concludes the business before us. We are adjourned. Be safe. Thank you.